Salut YouTube, épisode 21 d'Umineko. On continue le chapitre 4. La dernière session était très orientée dans le présent, entre guillemets, fait en 98 au lieu d'être à Rokkenjima. Donc j'imagine que celle-ci sera un petit peu plus à Rokkenjima. Voilà, mais en tout cas, ça annonce que du bon ce début de chapitre 4. On y va. On est à Rokkenjima d'ailleurs, on s'était arrêté sur ça. 3 months left to live. It was last year when you said that, right, Dr. Nanjo? I only spoke of what I could comprehensively determine from his physical condition at the time. As a result, this year too, it just so happens. So, even though it's doubtful whether that's last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. And you still say he has only 3 months left, Doctor. Like I said, Kinzo's... Shouldn't you be happy that our respected father is still in high spirits? Out of the sense of parental respect. Each one of you is so eager to greet father. I can see how upset you are that he is unwilling to meet with you. Considering that everyone has started aiming from the inheritance while the sun is still in the sky, I can understand why father wouldn't want to see you. You've got it wrong, Natsui-ni. We just, And Dad is an immortal and he'll die someday. We aren't telling him to die, we're just saying that he will die sooner or later. We're just talking together about how to prepare for that. And that is precisely what is so disrespectful. Stop it. You'll make your headache worse. Roast on Natsui, who had risen from her chair in agitation to sit down. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down. Natsui, don't misunderstand. People say you should always clean up after yourself, right? We're just talking about seeing him off. We're discussing this so we can see father off neatly when he takes off on the journey he's eventually gonna make. That's just like you, Hideyoshi. Even though you're saying the same thing, you make it sound so intellectual. Yes, that's right, unlike you, Ni. Quit it. We aren't getting anywhere. So, like we're saying, Aniki, forget all this about the inheritance. I don't even care if Daddy eats us. To make a long story short, we wanna meet Dad directly and say hello, even if he says he doesn't want to. If he's locked up in his study, we don't care if we have to borrow a key from Genji. Right, Rosa? Oh, well, it's not like we're forcing you. It's just we haven't said hello to father in such a long time. If his remaining life really is short, then there's a chance we might never be able to see him again. Today might be our final opportunity to exchange words with father. That's right, just like Rosa says. If he only had 3 months left, it wouldn't be hard for him to pass away anytime now, right? Are you saying that, despite that, we don't even have the right to talk with him on one last time? Regardless of the circumstances? Isn't that just a bit too much? If greeting father were truly what you wish to do, I'm sure he'd happily allow you to meet with him. But father has already heard about the disrespectful topic you hope to raise. No one will want to meet with you under those conditions. The reason you cannot meet with father is because of your own doing and nothing else, is it not? Exactly. You shouldn't have to rack your brains to understand why father doesn't wish to see your faces, right? Father has seen through all of your tight financial situations. What are you talking about? Le topic qui revient sur la table à chaque fois. I don't have a clue what you're going on about, Ni. Do you really think I didn't know about the state you're in? Eva and the rest realized that he had seen through to their current lack of funds. And alternating between bluffing and returning to the point at hand and arguing back, they repeatedly pressed Crows to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of the black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they're gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation. Bon, cette discussion, elle revient à chaque fois. Cette discussion, elle revient à chaque fois, y a rien d'étonnant. C'est toujours merdique. C'est toujours mauvais. Mais c'est le comique de... Enfin, comique. C'est l'art de la répétition, quoi. Attendez. Hop. Eva made a thought to tackle Cross, and Hideyoshi and Kairi got in between them, trying to calm both sides. Then Kairi took a deep breath and spoke. I'm sorry, Cross knee. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me say one thing. I have a proposition. What is it, Kairi? First, and this includes my husband as well. For many years we have belittled the effort you've made by living with father and taking care of him. Isn't that right? That's, well, you've got it easy since we get to go outside, but Anik has been babysitting that for decades now, and that must have been a lot of work. I'll accept that, but what's your point, Kairi? We must acknowledge that Crow's knee is father's caretaker. Isn't that right? We've always feared father and have pushed the task of caring for him onto Crow's knee. Everyone should acknowledge his efforts. Isn't that right, Eva Knee? And so what? Knee's father's caretaker? Don't decide things on your own, outsider. Hey, no, calm down. Harry, what are you talking about? Harry, please continue. We should be more grateful towards Crow's knee and Natsui knee. We should thank them for always taking care of father. It's our lack of gratitude that's to blame for this wasteful conflict we keep having. Isn't that right, Crow's knee? I'm surprised. I did not think you, Kairi, will be able to understand our efforts, which even my true siblings have not stopped to consider. It's a natural duty for the successor to the Oshiramiya family headship. That's right. It's your responsibility as the successor to the headship, isn't it? It's because you take care of father that we must acknowledge you as the successor. Hey, why are you bringing this up all by yourself? You're just an outsider. Wait, Aniki. That's right. It's just like Kairi says. Because you take care of dad, you're the successor, Aniki. It's just like you said. Oh. Rosa noticed and then Eva did. Eva's barking demeanor towards Kairi for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash, and she instead stared at Rose and Natsui. Natsui could not understand that sudden change and was slightly flustered. Rosny, if you'll accept just a few conditions, we won't ask you to let us meet father again until he dies. Of course, we want the man to be present at his deathbed. We wouldn't even mind being absent at the funerals. Oh, where are you going with this? But may I well listen for now. Let's hear your terms. First, the term successor to the headship refers to the caretaker of the current head, Ushirami Akinzo. And then? Second, the duty of the caretaker is to look after Ushirami Akinzo for the rest of his life. To make things simple, the caretaker's job is to care for him until his final moments. You are prepared to do that from the beginning, Grosny, so that won't cause any problems. Naturally, I have no objection to either of those terms. I'm already carrying them out. Third, on the off chance that the caretaker is neglectful in his responsibilities of supervision, he shall be deprived of his right as a caretaker. With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Krause's face. Natsui alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant. Oh, and just what are these? Responsibilities of supervision that the caretaker bears? It means supervision so that father can live the rest of his life in the best possible health. I'll be more detailed than that. In the case that Paz dies anything other than a natural death, the caretaker will be deprived of his right as caretaker, and his status as the successor to the headship will be lost. If that happens, the next highest in rank, Evani, will be selected as the successor. What did you say? How can you shamelessly speak such nonsense? My, the caretaker certainly has a heavy responsibility. However, people can die in many ways. For example, senile old people sometimes die when food gets caught in their throat. Normally this is called death by old age in its broadest sense. But with your argument, that becomes a death by accident, and I bear the responsibility of supervision. This is unjustly disadvantageous to me. I have no intention of forcing such an unfair argument on you. I'm referring to the kind of things that the caretaker could have prevented beforehand, by taking good care and keeping his eyes on father. It may be the caretaker's job to carry food to father's mouth, but whether he swallows it or not is clearly outside the caretaker's responsibility. I will have absolutely no problem with the example you raised, Krosny. Oh, so what kind of case are you referring to that might cause the caretaker to be blamed for making a blunder? For example, if he disappeared. Oh, it seems that right now, father is in firm control of himself, but dementia might begin to set in. He might wander around when you aren't looking and get into some kind of accident, or he might get lost in the forest and go missing. Wouldn't this type of case clearly be the responsibility of the caretaker? Father's mind is perfectly healthy. There is no need to bring up dementia. One day, suddenly, I saw father go into the forest. I chased after him, but I couldn't find him. I called the police and searched, but after being unable to find him after 7 whole years, I had him declared illegally dead. My point is that we won't accept it if you use a story like that to treat him as dead. When father passes away, an autopsy will certainly be carried out, and we will confirm that he died of old age in the most general meaning, within the bounds of a common sense. The death of any other cause will be held as the caretaker's responsibility. See? These are all things you have toiled away all this time, Krosny. There is no strange condition or anything of the sort, right? You are mocking us disgracefully so. I find it hard to imagine why my husband must be coerced into a rule that disgraces him in this way. I surely have been suspecting it since last year. Now everyone here probably suspects it as well. Evani and Indoyoshini, Rudolph and Rosa too. Everyone has suspected it the whole time, but it was so frightening to imagine that no one actually said it. Carrière, elle porte ses couilles, hein. Les couilles en titane, hein. I see, so this is what you're trying to say. That father is already dead and that I have been hiding it? Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of a key to solve the last mystery in the previous game. You mean the very last bit, the mystery of who killed Dr. Nanjo? That's right, the witch definitely said a lot in red. She mentioned the name of all 18 people and announced whether they were alive or dead, and then she claimed that there were no humans beside them. But with this theory I can weave my way through that gap. I see, so this is one of the answers that doesn't cause those two to contradict. Makes sense. See what I'm saying? You catch on pretty quick. It's nice that I don't have to explain. No 19th person exists on this island, and yet this trick lets us mix in an unknown new character. Yo le. Va jouer à Karuta sur mon serve, le. Il y a des persos d'Umineko et d'Igurashi dedans. Mais bon, faut les trouver quoi. En plein coding, qu'est-ce que tu codes de beau? Ah vas-y, tu vas voir le salon Karuta, tu chopes tes cartes, et si tu chopes une carte Umineko, bah je suis dégoûté. Voilà, globalement. Ou une carte Jojo d'ailleurs, hein. Personne n'en a eu là pour l'instant. Ah mais justement, le waifu roll, je voulais le mettre, mais je me suis dit... Ah, il faut quand même qu'il y ait des mecs et des, tu vois, des persos normaux, entre guillemets, genre. Du coup, là, il y a un peu de tout. Mais là, c'est, par contre, je sais pas combien c'est le waifu roll chez Itaku, mais chez moi, c'est 30 minutes pour drop une carte. T'as le choix entre 3 cartes et tu drops celle que tu veux. Pourquoi faire des mecs? Bah sinon, je peux pas drop des cartes de Jojo le fois. Réfléchis. Ils sont tous homosexuels. Think. Tracker pour les Farlands. Putain, ça va être beau ça, hein. Moi, le premier perso que je drop, je le... Tiens, je vais essayer de faire un drop. Il me reste combien de temps? Oh non, merde, c'est... K drop, c'est comme ça. Ah non, c'est dans 12 minutes. FF. Ah oui, il faut verify. Bon, ça prend 2 secondes. Et après, tu peux drop. Il y a une boutique et tout, hein. Il y a une boutique et tout. C'est Key Shop, je crois. Tu peux répondre à une question par jour pour gagner des golds et tu peux acheter des trucs dans la boutique en faisant Key Shop. Voilà. Et tu peux regarder les collections des gens. OMG. Oh, les persos de merde. Oh, les persos de cons. Je savais que tu prendrais la loli, le faux. C'est bien. C'est bien. Il y a une carte gold à droite, il a pris la loli, frère. Allez. Qui d'autre? Il y a une carte... Les cartes jaunes, elles sont plus rares. Celle qui était à droite, elle était plus rare, je crois. Ok. Le Key Collection, il est bien pour voir la collection des gens. Ouais, bon. De toute façon, c'est toutes les 30 minutes, donc... Oui, t'aurais quand même pris la loli. Non, mais je sais, je sais. Pardon. In other words, the names of all 18 people don't necessarily correspond to the 18 people on the island. That's it. The witch mentioned the name of 18 people one after another and announced whether they were alive or dead. And on top of that, she announced that there were no humans other than the 18. There were a single illusion in there. Et le faux, il y a tous les animes, je crois, sur Karuta. Donc si on a de la chance, on peut peut-être avoir un perso Higurashi. Oh, attends! Ah oui, il y a des... regarde le faux dans Karuta. Des fois, il y a des drops random comme ça. Et tu peux choisir, genre... I'm dropping 3 cards since this server is currently active. Je sais pas, j'en prends une au hasard. Hop. C'est sympa, ça. Mais, si un jour je tombe Rika, ou si je tombe... Il peut y avoir des persos d'Higurashi, de Higurashi et de Umineko, vu qu'il y a eu des animes des deux. Mais faut tomber dessus, quoi. Ça va être compliqué. Si je tombe dessus, je te les échangerai. There was a single illusion in there. It wasn't guaranteed that the 18 name of people equal the 18 people on the island. When she named awful 18 people and announced who was alive and who was dead, she hid the name of culprit X and instead mixed in someone who wasn't on this island. By doing that, even though the culprit was on the island, she was able to leave him out of the list of living or dead people. The person who was mixed in wasn't actually on the island, so he didn't count towards the total number of people on the island. Bah, en vrai, c'est pas con du tout, mais pourquoi ne pas y avoir réfléchi avant, quoi? Après, ça faisait partie du cinéma de Béatrice de faire je vais déclarer que les sorcières n'existent pas en rouge. Donc, de toute façon, ça aurait rien changé, je pense, mais bon. Je pense pas que ça aurait changé quoi que ce soit. Est-ce que Ange va aider surtout? C'est ça la vraie question. Je vais voir les cartes, list of cards de Karuta, voir s'il y a Igurashi dedans. Karuta card list. Y'a pas. Tant pis, je trouve pas. Attends, est-ce que ma clim souffle? Il souffle de l'air bizarre. Attendez, je vais ouvrir ouvrir la fenêtre. Ça commence à faire bon. On mettrait la clim plus tard. Bon, normalement, il y a Igurashi Umineko. Enfin, il y a des trucs que j'ai jamais vu de ma vie sur les cartes de Karuta. Donc, pourquoi il n'y aurait pas elle? Ok. C'est tout bon, j'ai ouvert la fenêtre. Il fait combien de degrees? Il fait 21 quand même. Bon, ça va. C'est ok. By this, even though the culprit counted towards the total of 18 people on the island, it was possible for his name not to be listed. The two statements in red are completely independent, so this theory creates no contradictions. If someone's name was used to hide the existence of the culprit, that names must satisfy several conditions. First of all, even though this person isn't on the island, they've got to be someone we think is on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick us. And it's best if this person happens to be dead. No alibi is more perfect than this. After all, at that point, the mystery was based on the fact that the crime was impossible for all 18 people. Is it something like that? Yeah, that's it. And that person was... grandfather. Ooh. Right now, there's only one thing Kyrie can be about to say. that grandfather was locked up in his study. Think that he didn't want to meet anyone. But there's a possibility that he is actually dead already. And that Uncle Cross is lying when he claims that grandfather's alive. That's right, grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead and Uncle Cross and the others were conspiring together trying to trick everyone. If Kinzo dies, the distribution of the inheritance occurs. However, if Kinzo doesn't die, no, if he dies but it isn't announced, the distribution of the inheritance won't take place. In other words, Uncle Cross could have all grandfather's wealth to himself. That's right, he's got more than enough motive. Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island. But a person X existed, and that person was the 18th person. In other words, there were originally 17 people on the island, not 18. Alors là, ça devient mystique là. Ce qu'il essaye de faire Butler, c'est mystique là. Mais franchement... Then, an unknown person X snuck in and committed the crime. How's that, Beato? Come out, I've just solved the final, biggest mystery from last time. As Butler claimed that forcefully, the crisp sound of clapping came out of nowhere and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room. Bravo, bravo! I wish I could deny that someone as incompetent as you has finally gotten a feel for it, but somehow or another you've managed to come up with a single answer. Even a lump of concrete can't stop thinking, so you have now finally evolved into a being with intelligence. You might say you've finally taken a step forward from the crying creator you were before, just licking my shoes and grinding your teeth. I can't believe that stupid wordplay threw me for some mini loop last time. My lameness pisses me off. Alright, Beato, repeat it. If you can announce that the 18 people on the island included grandfather, just try and do it. Yeah, you can't, because he was already dead. This is the end of your deception. Well, no, what have we here? So I'll slice that in two with the red through? No, it might also be good to hold back for now and let you get all excited. If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, it will be more interesting to lure you to a higher place first. As Beato sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more. I thought she was saying that the answer I reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel... C'est vrai qu'il l'appelle Gretel, putain. Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face. Almost I thought she'd expected the witch to act that way. I see. Just like a butler has learned and grown, so has the witch. What's wrong, Beato? C'est vrai. C'est vrai. Non mais tu sais que c'est vrai. Tu sais que c'est vrai, hein. C'est marrant parce que c'est Butler lui-même qui l'a appelé Gretel. Mais surtout, il faut quand même imaginer que... Moi, j'arrive pas à comprendre qu'il essaye de résoudre des mystères de l'humanité perdus dans les tréfonds, mais qui comprennent pas que c'est sa sœur alors qu'elle a les mêmes cheveux, la même gueule, et un brassard de la famille Ushiromiya, et la bague du chef de famille. En sachant que c'est la seule personne survivante après, quoi. Je pense qu'il faut pas se foutre de nous, quoi. D'autant plus que si il considère que c'est pas sa sœur et il s'en rend pas compte, ça veut dire qu'il fait encore confiance un petit peu, bah il l'a dit au début du chapitre, mais il fait encore confiance un petit peu aveuglément à un allié qui vient de nulle part, comme Virgilia le chapitre d'avant, et que ça peut encore se retourner contre lui, quoi. Donc il est doublement con, en fait. Voilà. Attendez, j'ai mon drop de Karuta, je crois. C'est quoi ça? C'est quoi ces merdes là? Je sais pas qui prendre. Je vais prendre L. Ouais, Mind Condition. Super. What's wrong, Bato? Don't act so tough. I asked if you can repeat it. Answer. Stop it, Battler. The witch won't answer so easily. She won't do it until she thinks it benefit her. Je sais pas ce que c'est Cutie Oni, hein. J'ai jamais entendu parler. Hein. Chiruru de Cutie Oni. What? What do you mean? You've been toyed with by this red truth in the games up until now, so the witch has used it many times. But now the situation is different. You're trying to draw the red truth out of her and are instead using it as your weapon. C'est un bon gros itchy. Ah ouais. Bah écoute, en tout cas ça avait l'air très vieux donc je savais pas trop. In this situation, there's no way the witch will keep firing off the red without reason, right? Gretel or whoever you are. It seems your mind is quite sharp, unlike Battler's. What a fearsome enemy I've welcomed in. That is correct. And Battler hopes I'll use the red truth. Do I have any responsibility to do so? No. I don't even have a crumb for that croissant you ate this morning's worth of responsibility to please you. You bastard. Yes, that's the face. I started playing with the red truth just because I wanted to see that face. I've no reason to play around if I won't give me a chance to see you look like that. You just don't like losing, right? Just saying whatever you can to trick me because you can't answer my demand won't work. Don't be so full of yourself. An answer like that could be cut to pieces without any effort. But I won't go out of my way to speak in red. I won't say it because that's what you're asking me to do. Do you know why? You just said it. You want to push him off at her sweetest spot. This ill-natured way she's saying she won't use the red anymore, because that's what you want. In other words, she won't go along with this game of telling her to repeat things anymore. Plus de rouge! Oh non, c'était la meilleure mécanique du jeu! Je suis dégoûté. Tu sais que moi si je prends une peluche Beato, ce sera pour Punching Ball aussi, hein. Exactly. Unlike Battler, everything goes quickly with this girl, with no need for explanations. I will say what I please with the red truth at the time that I desire. That's it. Basically, it's the witch's right to use the red truth as she pleases. She doesn't have to use it at whatever time the human side desires. But even that depends on the situation. Situation? What do you mean? The witch has no responsibility to respond when you tell her to repeat something. But it does become a responsibility, if and only if you claim can destroy the witch theory. After all, in this trial court without a judge, that wish is not refuted become the truth. Just like other witch theory made by the witch, will instantly become truth if you collapse and stop thinking. And since she doesn't have a counter-argument for my guess, that means it's right. It's right that the culprit is the mysterious 18th person X, and grandfather is already dead? At least until the witch argues back. Truth always loses to new truths farther in the future. The tricky part is that even the timing of the counter-argument is up to the witch. In other words, maybe your reasoning just now was correct, or maybe the witch is refraining from arguing back even though you're wrong, or the witch may be ignoring it because it doesn't shake the basis of witch theory in the first place. But either way, we can tell the difference at the current time. Is that more or less it? Damn you, Lady Bernastel, for throwing in such a troublesome piece. Thanks to that, I'm losing all my lines. The witch has learned that she can respond to your demand to repeat phrases at a later time. Maybe you could even call it a delayed move. She's messing with me. So even if I announce some mistaken reasoning, there is a possibility that Beata will intentionally let me flounder about without denying that guess. And that at the very end, when I propose an even more massive line of reasoning, she can cut it off at the base and spin everything around. A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. But since that bastard Beato learned that this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that let me search around in the darkness, only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right? Hey, Butler, if you make a despairing face like that, I won't be able to stop drooling, you see? From the beginning, that stuff was nothing more than something I gave you because you were so worthless. All this means is that you can finally challenge me without a handicap, right? But that alone doesn't change the fact that demanding that you repeat things is one of Butler's way to fight back. C'est vrai. As I already said, as long as it's something fatal that destroys the witch theory, the witch is obligated to argue back and therefore to speak with the red truth. Yo Laser, merci beaucoup. J'espère que ça va bien. Qu'il fait pas trop chaud en Tunisie. Surtout. While the timing of that counter-argument is up to the witch, it must be performed eventually. Isn't that right? Maybe so. If I cannot deny the tricks done by humans, theory Butler lays out by the time the games end. Butler will use that as a reason to deny me, and it will be possible for him to proclaim his victory. So should we view this as a restriction on the witch side? That the trick theory laid out by the human side, in other words what he tells you to repeat, must be countered during the game? During the episode? That is so. Butler's goal is to show that he can explain the entire pleasant game I have laid out on this island with human and deny me. If Butler succeeds in that, at that time, he will become the victor of his game. Let me confirm the rules. Should we view the time the game ends as referring to 24 hours on October 5, 1986, going by the time of the Rock and Jima in the game? I have no problems with that. At the time the game ends, the human side must state theory using tricks for all the mysteries, and if the witch side cannot argue back, the human side can proclaim its victory. Does that work? Let us be more specific. When the game ends, the witch side will be given a chance to argue back. Let's decide on an amount of time. 1 minute. If you cannot carry out your counter-argument within 1 minute, victory will be proclaimed. Moi je suis qu'en France tu m'étonnes. En France c'est la D là. That allow me to impose the same rule on you. At the time the game ends, the human side will be granted 1 minute to counter the mysteries it had been given. Ah, 1 minute c'est chaud hein. Généralement ça prend vraiment du temps hein. If even a single mystery has not been countered within that time, it becomes the witch's victory and that game is over. It would be such a killjoy to have the game stopped for lengthy consideration, right? You asshole, moving things along without me. But I more or less get what's going on. Even if the lines I demand that you repeat aren't countered instantly, they've gotta be countered eventually. Ah mais c'est vraiment Firecy pour le coup. Hein. Ou LLL. Ou SSL. Yes, that's right. And that must happen before midnight and 1 minute on October 6th. But be careful, she only has to cut up one of the things you tell her to repeat. You can't proclaim your victory unless you solve all the puzzles. Just as I can use the red, from now on I will allow you to use the blue, Butler. When explaining my magical murders with human tricks, you may state your claims in blue. I am responsible for countering your blue with the red by the end of the game. Oh, oh. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba dan, dabba dee dabba dan, dabba dee dabba dan. C'est Pokémon ou quoi là? Battler. Blue. So I'll talk in blue when I tell you to repeat things. Not quite. When you told me to repeat lines, you were able to do it for any tryable thing. But the blue is a little more restrictive. Unless it by itself denies witches, it will not be valid. Ok, c'est... It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. They had been to confirm that really were 5 master keys when she claimed there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I'd need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys was greater than 5. The culprit entered or exited the room with that extra key. Only then will the witch, who claimed that this was a closed room murder made with magic, be responsible for making a counter-argument. Dis-le en bleu! Bah là... ça va partir là. Hein. C'est marrant parce que c'est vraiment littéralement la défense, c'est Battler, bleu, c'est la couleur de Phoenix Wright, et rouge, Béatrice, l'accusation, c'est la couleur de Hunter, quoi. À méditer. In other words, I can demand that she repeat something that merely confirms the premise of my reasoning. That'd probably be a significant disadvantage for me. Commentaire Phoenix, c'est le chip. Bah, Battler Béatrice, chapitre 3, c'était le easiest chip of my life. Hein. Mais bon, elle a préféré un. On va pas en reparler. Crap, it's enough to make the red Beato used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful. Damn it. So even if I create a theory for a particular closed room and speak it in blue, if Beato denies it till the very end, I won't even have time to create my next theory. C'est chaud, hein. En vrai, comment ne pas hate Beato, hein? C'est ça la vraie question. This was awful, horribly bad for me. Are you gonna surrender before the fight begins again? Calm down. No one said you could only use the blue once for each mysteries. Do you know what that means? Ça veut dire que, bah, du coup, easiest theory of my life, il y a un moment où Battler va faire une toile de blue. Comme Eva, comme Eva Béatrice l'a fait avec le rouge. La toile de blue de Battler ne pourra pas être contrée. I believe. I'm just a believer. Attendez, je remets la cam. Voilà. I'm just a believer. Moi, j'ai toujours la théorie qu'il y a un chapitre où... et je l'ai donné il y a longtemps, cette théorie, hein, mais j'ai toujours cette théorie qu'il y a un chapitre où il va complètement péter un plomb et il va dire que c'est lui le meurtrier et que du coup les sorcières n'existent pas parce que c'est lui qui tue tout le monde. Voilà. J'ai toujours cette théorie-là. Hein. À un moment, ça va se passer. Ce sera l'ultime truc à faire. Et du coup, il fera que le battleur de l'échiquier tue tout le monde, peut-être. Et... je crois à ça depuis très longtemps. Hein. Do you know what that means? No. No, 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 no. Attendez, je remets la cam comme il faut. Hop. Voilà, on est pas mal là. No, what does it mean? In the pitiful way you've been fighting up until now, you've made a single theory glance at the witch's complexion. And if that one didn't work, you'd then start making another theory. You won't corner a witch like that. Then how should I fight? You don't mean... Yeah, that's right. You don't attack her riddles with a point. You assault them with a wall. Ah, je viens de le dire, hein. You said so yourself in an earlier game that the force of your reasoning should be like that. Assault with a wall. That's right, I said to myself earlier. Guessing and trying to expose the mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Until now I've just been shooting off arrow after arrow, asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I've missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distant target with a handgun, you probably won't hit it easily. So how can you hit it? If a handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shot scatters, so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds. That's right, there is no rule that I have to guess like a pistol shooting or one shot off at a time. Making a single theory and just hoping that it hits it no better than stopping your own thinking. Blast away with a massive number of bullets, of guesses, and make them impact like a wall, so that only one of them hitting the target is enough. Blue, huh? I get it. If your red truth is a rather sharp katana, then it looks like my blue is a shotgun. No, a machine gun whose firepower will turn the witch into a honeycomb. I see. So it's an awkward gun that fires many shots. That sort of crude analogy just like you. Genre, elle savait pas ce que c'était qu'un shotgun alors qu'elle utilise que ça depuis le début des games, quoi. The climax of a detective novel is always the same. The famous detective gathers all the suspects at once and displays a single trail of logic that works splendidly. Almost like William Tell spectacularly shooting through an apple with a single arrow. That's why I mistakenly took that to be a virtue. It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess, but that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well and take shots at each other one at a time? They don't, right? They fire rapidly, they fire all over the place, they pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. Suspension of thought is a clogged barrel. The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied in red and then taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is my Ushurumiya battler's fighting style. C'est beau. Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style. Thanks, Gretel. You're welcome. Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. Yeah, it's like Beto said. I've had a handicap up until now. I'll acknowledge that. New rules, understood. I have my own way of fighting. I'll show you it. That full power is good, I like it. Then try using it right away, this blue truth of yours. Yeah, I'll use it. With this blue truth, I break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit was possible because everyone's had alibis. This is my truth. Ushurumiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it's become 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis. Ooh, sheesh. Après, il a tort, quoi. On le sait que Kinzo est bien vivant, quoi. On sait que Béatrice et Virginia ont eu un combat de tout dans le jardin. Bah. Ah. Ah, attends. Bah, c'est pas con ce que tu dis. Attends. Donc, tu voudrais dire que toutes les games, elles créent un Kinzo artificiel qui n'existe pas, qui est déjà mort. Même avant. Elle est pas. Non, parce que Béatrice n'est pas censée avoir d'influence sur ce qui se passe en dehors de ces board games. Donc, Kinzo est forcément vivant avant le board game et on voit Nanjo lui parler, etc. Mhm. Ouais, en fait, t'as raison, il va falloir que j'apprenne à me méfier d'à peu près tout, en fait. Même ce que je vois, je ne dois pas le croire. Le chapitre 3 aurait dû m'apprendre ça beaucoup plus vite, en fait. My bad. In short, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we will have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father is already dead. But you're already hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed. Ridiculous. That is correct, this is worse than ridiculous. I have never heard such an insult. It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he is alive or dead, with the police there to witness it. Isn't that right, Evany? Yes, that's right, Nee. There are all sorts of ways we could set you up. We could easily arrange for a situation where you have to hold a meeting with Father under the supervision of a third party. Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Ushiramiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal. Here we have the responsibilities and duties of the caretaker, and the penalty in the worst case scenario. If you consent to those terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging Father outside. Yeah, that's right, Aniki. Didn't you just say it yourself? You're carrying out your natural duties as dad's caretaker. Harry's condition shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Why this overreaction? Are you really that worried about having the position of successor dragged out from under if that dies something other than a natural death? Or else what? Do you have some reason to think Father might die something other than a natural death? How could I? I see. Now I too understand how Father feels. How pitiful his later years have been of him, unable even to die as he pleases. Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful. And the thought that these later years are already something of the past is exactly what we're suspecting. You could completely clear this suspicion away just by letting us meet with Father. So even after being humiliated by us this much, you still won't allow us to meet with him, Crosney? Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolutely secrecy, and after taking all of the wealth for yourself as Father Agent, you will make it seem that he disappeared, until 7 years pass, making Father a corpseless member of the deceased. I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay? I'm just playing detective here. How rude can one be? You have no right to stay in this mansion. Leave immediately. I won't permit you to cross the threshold of this house again. C'est fou parce que on n'est jamais arrivé jusque là, mais c'est entre guillemets Butler qui influe sur ça, enfin méta Butler. Et du coup, on se retrouve avec des situations où première phrase prononcée entre eux, c'est partez, ne revenez jamais quoi. Father is in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us. That was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again. If you really wanted to fake being Father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily, making him disappear without waiting for today's family conference. You really are naive, Kurosani-sama. I have no idea who you are. However, if it's a fact that Father is in a bad mood, and you're preventing us from meeting him as a part of your responsibilities as its caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're doing. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now. After all, you care so greatly for Father Krosny. There's no way Father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy. After all, Father hates hospitals, so he'll pass away in his study, right? An autopsy will certainly be carried out, no matter what happens. The only way to kill him without an autopsy will be for him to disappear. Enough, Kyrie, I think you've bullied me enough. Eva rebuked Kyrie in a sickeningly kind voice. Considering the situation, that was impossible, which is why it was sickening. I'm sure Nee has his own difficulties to worry about, as well as his pride. True, Nee might consider that one of his natural duties, but if you force him to put it on paper and assign penalties, I could hardly blame him for getting upset. Don't you agree, Rosa? Yeah, that's right. I beat my child. I beat my child. Every day. Pardon, c'est pas ça qu'elle a dit. She might have made light of Crosney's pride at the eldest son a little too much. I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretaker as Kyrie had laid them out. That's right. You're doing a good job, Aniki. Taking that into account, we might consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case penalties, and leave everything to you. You people. Et lui faire un lion en peluche qu'elle a fait elle-même, bim bim bim, avant de l'appeler pendant 3 jours d'affilée en lui disant désolé, ma fille, je ne peux pas rentrer ce soir. Va te chercher un bento à l'épicerie à minuit toute seule alors que t'as 9 ans. Voilà. Non, mais le taf. Le taf. Hein. Sauf pour une entreprise qui marche pas très bien, visiblement, donc... Not just Eva, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces that, though they planned this beforehand, began closing in on Crows. They now understood perfectly how Kyrie has cornered Crows, and exactly when she was prepared to compromise. D'ailleurs, je viens de penser, mais Crows, il est habillé exactement comme Hunter, quoi. Ça fait papa qui... Bah, c'est ça, c'est la... C'est... En fait, c'est... Mais tu sais qu'on a... Tu sais que ça a été très, très justement montré dans le jeu, mais tous les Nepo Baby qui lancent des trucs qui marchent pas, ou des arnaques de dropshipping, ou des daubes nul à chier, mais il y en a tellement en vrai. Et après t'as les Nepo Baby comme Musk, quoi. Qui eux sont juste Hitler 2026, quoi. They now understood perfectly how Kyrie had cornered Cross and exactly what she was prepared to compromise. We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker. But even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father again. If you can prove your fitness as a father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is. You're telling me to pay security money? Hilarious. The security money will be paid to Eva, Rudolph, and Rosa, 3 billion yen each. As a deposit, you will transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen before the year is out. 9 billion? I don't have that kind of money. After Father passes away, you should be able to work it out. We've managed to investigate at least that far. You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation. And it should even be possible for you to borrow it from Father, right? There is no need for obvious charades anymore. Oh, unpleasant. Truly unpleasant. It is not that. Even just the discussions of Father's inheritance were far too disrespectful. Father is already dead. My husband is hiding that in keeping all the money for himself. I have had enough of this. None of you are qualified to bear the name of Shuramiya any longer. Calm down, Natsui. We've all said all we need to. Why don't we leave it at that for now? This is happening all of a sudden on a massive scale. We might even be getting agitated ourselves. Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our heads? Krosny probably needs a little time himself. Right, Krosny? Time? And why will I need something like that? Don't worry, we aren't thinking of anything shady. We're just so eager to see Father that we started grumbling a bit. And Krosny, I know real well you're dying to get back at us for the thing we've said. If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him, right? Isn't that right? You just got a bit stubborn and it felt awkward to say you'd let us see him after saying we couldn't all those times. Isn't that it? Right? It certainly seems that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We were only refusing stubbornly out of respect for Father's desire not to meet with everyone. Attendez, j'ai mon drop de carte. Oh. Ça pue la merde. C'est quoi ce drop de con? Do you love your mom and her to hit multi-target attacks? C'est quoi, je la prends? C'est marrant le faux parce que t'as pris une carte qui s'appelle Mint et elle est pas en condition Mint. Trop marrant. Par contre, faut théma le nom de l'anime de la carte que j'ai pris. Hein. Do you love your mom and her two hits multi-target attacks? Hein. C'est Killer Queen ou quoi, genre? Indeed, that's right. It was turning into another sibling fight, like the whole days, and I started feeling stubborn as well. Let us cool our heads. I understand how much you all want to meet with Father. I will pass that on to him. I'll find some way to convince Father to meet with you. Will that do? Yeah, I think it'd be okay to give Krosny some time to persuade Father. Yep, we're counting on you, Aniki. Please persuade him to meet with us. After all, you're Dad's caretaker. And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometimes tonight, okay? When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm Father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his studio. You have no problem with that, I take it? Nee? Do as you like. I see, it seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short. Let us go, Natsui. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least. Right. Cross left the parlor with Natsui. Once that footstep disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa. Perry, you're a frightening person. Sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize. No, you didn't corner him like we'd originally planned, but in the end this was even better. Just like always, I've got a bomb ahead to you. But can you really prepare 900 million? I believe we estimated that 750 million would be the most Krosny could afford with his current financial situation. Isn't 900 million gouging him too much? If we can do it, that's fine too. If we do something like lowering it to 750 million so Krosny can save face, it'll look like we're compromising and it'll be easier to settle, right? And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better. Nee is probably having a strategy meeting with Natsui about now. It really will be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our prod Nee comes up with as an excuse. Convince Father? There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Oh. The siblings have all come, despite their various circumstances, for this annual family conference. Of course, Natsui could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island will be closed off by the storm very soon. As a police justice once, show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head. It's useless. Muda, 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 muda. Putain, mais il y a eu un spam de malade mental là. It's useless. The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook. Eventually they called her a mumbling laugh over his shoulder. It's useless, it's so useless. Bon, c'est juste idiot, hein. 3 months left to live, and almost finished geezer. To whom exactly are you referring? Yo, faux, c'est quoi cette tête? Il a jamais fait cette tête pendant 4 chapitres, genre. Did you wander over here because your siblings threaten you? No, your shame. As Kinzo turned and rushed to escape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified to Shurami as Kinzo's majesty and willpower itself. Quoi? Goldsmith. Il y a eu le bruit des trucs des systèmes là. Attends, je lis. Ah oui, d'accord. C'est pas un... C'est pas un menu fretin de la sorcellerie, quoi. Putain. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Crows landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Crows, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsui also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, merde, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity. Father, you fool! I heard from Canon just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose. Father, my husband is doing his best to protect your honor. Without lending an ear to Natsui's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Crow's collar as the latter sat on the floor. Now he curled his finger, leaving only his pointer finger out, then took that finger and rested up against Crow's collar, twisted it, and slowly with just one finger picked Cross up into the air. Sure you are a pathetic fool. You let your wife speak in your defense. If you have an excuse, give it yourself. Cross clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there was no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kinzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one would call Kinzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength. Father, my husband is fighting his own way. Please forgive him. Natsui, fighting is a process you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. That's called being pathetic. You call this my successor? As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily. I thought nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like it was scrap paper, slamming him against the wall. Wow. On l'a jamais vu comme ça, Kinzo, par contre. Hein. C'est... Pourquoi? On saura sûrement plus tard, mais là, il est complètement déter, là. Ouah. Dear, dear, are you okay? Rose slid down the wall, rubbing his throat at certain pain. Natsuri ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window, as though he had been there the whole time and looked at the thunderclouds of misfortune. I thought I would have no regrets in my life, if only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly. It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain. However, the Ushuromiya name is not the property of the witch. Who is fit to succeed that name? It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Rejoice, Crows. I have changed my mind. Father, so? I have no desire to have dinner with you cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards. Alors là c'est costard là. Father, thank you very much. There I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the head. I will resolve your foolish quarrel myself. C'est-à-dire, hein, qu'est-ce qu'il va nous proposer le viocle? C'est-à-dire, hein, ça peut être n'importe quoi. Hein. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est la vraie question. Forcefully opening the door with a clank, Rosa flew in with Maria. Genji or anyone there? It doesn't matter who, bring us a bath towel. There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa. Minor! In the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in the spot, even so rain was pouring down. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. Non. On est sur la POV de qui là? The cousins who had seen that exchange were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rhoda scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant. Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes. I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes. She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. You gotta be if she's dispirited. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining. Ah, c'est le parapluie donné par Béatrice. Oh, c'est que la 8e fois qu'on voit ça. But Maria, even if you've had the umbrella, you've gotta get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold. Eh? It's okay, Jessica-chan. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said. I stayed there even if it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. Yes, here we are a good girl, Maria. Rosa, tous les jours, fuck Rosa. Hein. Et pas dans le sens... Pas dans le sens qu'on pense. Hein. Juste, on l'emmerde, quoi. Tous les jours, on l'emmerde. Putain. Rage de chapitre 4. T'aurais pu le rajouter avant. En vrai de vrai. Après, moi, je sais que j'ai quand même ce doute sur Maria de... même le... Je pense que t'as voulu écrire 8sex. Et t'as écrit 7x. Et j'ai fait une contrepétrie. Ah, pour pas écrire le mot. D'accord, je vois. Ok, ok. T'es sur tes arrières. En vrai, il y a quand même la phrase Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. Donc, moi, le 7x, pourquoi pas. Mais ouais, non, Rosa... Après, il y a quand même des beaux arcs rédemption pour Rosa. En perspective. Elle en a eu un bien, chapitre 2. Elle en a eu un très bien, chapitre 2 de Dark Redemption. OMG Squad Pilgrim Mentioned. Ramona Flowers. J'ai la ref. You did exactly what Mama said. Very well done. But next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama. Promise, Mama. As Rosa gently had Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Butler and the others realized that by touching their mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body. Shannon, bah c'est la première fois qu'on le voit dans le chat, lui. Pareil, on n'a pas vu Shannon non plus. Hein. Canon, thanks for the towel. That really helped. And if you would excuse me, I have to fuck Jessica in the bathroom. Il a pas dit ça. As Canon bowed with a blank expression, as though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor. Je peux lâcher des petits easter eggs à ma sauce de temps en temps, vu que je double en anglais maintenant. Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good. Ready, Mama? Get dessert. Bah, c'est bien de me spoil. C'est le mec qui prend premier degré. Et là. Et là. Love Mama, love Mama. Hey Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria, love Maria. Moi, Rosa, il y a un truc qui me gêne encore plus que ses accès de colère, c'est sa coupe de cheveux. Hein. Elle est vraiment moche. Hein. C'est quand même une sacrée coupe de cheveux de merde. Hein. Genre avec les mèches sur les oreilles. On dirait un... On dirait le... Attends, j'ai une analogie exceptionnelle, mais... On dirait la coupe de Coiffarel, là. Le... Ah, Illumis, là. Coiffarel, il a une coupe comme ça. Je jure que c'est la même coupe qu'une coupe de Coiffarel. C'est hideux, genre. C'est le new, les arbres sont des bodybuilders. C'est Rosa Coiffarel, quoi. I love Mama too, love Mama. C'est Rosa qui répète Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up the chest. You know that might be the age when you were on your best term with your parents. I wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study. Coucou, je suis Sniper. Yo, le Vaynor, ça va ou quoi? Putain, ça fait longtemps. Le Vaynor, c'est le genre de mec qui dépop 2 mois et il repop 2 mois, et après il dépop 2 mois et il repop 2 mois. T'as pas perdu la tradition de changer mon pseudo à ce que je vois. Ça va bien et toi? On est sur Umineko, c'est un super VN. Et voilà. Et sinon, j'ai PB sur Mario avant-hier, donc je continue Mario en ce moment. J'y joue un peu tous les jours, et voilà. J'ai PB avant-hier en 70. Voilà, voilà. Je fais un 51 minutes. Voilà. Mais là, ouais, du coup, petit visual novel que je suis en fil rouge dessus. J'envoie une session de 2-3 heures tous les jours dessus, et des fois plus. Des fois, c'est une session de 10 heures quand je suis à fond dedans, mais toujours à fond dedans, mais quand vraiment c'est le climax, des fois je peux faire une session de 10 heures. Si jamais ça t'intéresse, il y a les VOD sur ma chaîne YouTube. Mais c'est long à rattraper, quoi. Il y a bien 60 heures là à rattraper. Donc bon. Mais en tout cas, je te conseille d'y jouer, si t'aimes bien les visual novels. Alors, quoi? It's because they love their children. Il y a à peu près 150 heures de lecture, un peu plus, un peu moins, le Veinar, en gros. Voilà. Pour moi, ce sera peut-être plus 160, 170, je sais pas trop. Et je suis pas à la moitié du jeu encore. Bon. That's because they love their children. A parent's love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict when with me too, but now I realize that it was because she treated me so. Love mama, love mama. Love Maria, love Maria. So shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands. Je dirais pas Rosa. Attends. Attends 2 secondes là. Attends. Hold it. Pourquoi elle est si enjouée? Normalement, même quand elle est enjouée et tout, quand Maria dit UU, elle pète un plomb. Là, elle est en mode. C'est une gamine de 5 ans, Rosa, là. Je me méfie. Be friends and old hands. Mama and me. Friends. Une des meilleures expériences possibles sur 50 heures. Bah, pour l'instant, c'est une des meilleures expériences de ma vie tout court, quoi. Donc, t'es du N%. Bah, tu rigoles, Lazir, mais à l'époque, Sadr, qui était dans la commune Mario, il avait fait un speedrun de Katawa Shujo. Un autre visual novel, mais plutôt plus axé romance, quoi. Et il avait speedrun le jeu. Voilà. Donc, tu sais, c'est pas impossible. Ça se trouve, là, je vais sur SRC, il y a des gens qui ont speedrun Umineko. Pas impossible, hein. Tiens, je vais taper Umineko sur SRC. Umineko, ah non, Umineko Golden Fantasia. Je sais pas ce que c'est. Peut-être le jeu de combat, là. Je sais pas. Je sais pas ce que c'est. Bon. Bah, j'ai rien vu de bizarre, le fond. J'ai juste vu que c'était un jeu de 2010. Mais j'ai l'impression que c'est le jeu de combat, là. Ça m'a rien dit du tout. En tout cas, il se finit vite, puisque le world record est à 6 minutes, quoi. Putain, non, il y avait un perso de Jojo sur Karuta. Je me suis fait carotter Pechi. Et pas Pucci. Yo, brother, tu finis quand Uminkeo, brother? Je sais pas, pourquoi que Bab? Je me suis fait carotte Péchi. Quelqu'un me le donne. SVP. savoir quand je lance. Mais t'inquiète, Kebab. Au pire, moi, je fais mon Umineko. Et une fois que j'ai fini, je viendrai voir ce que tu proposes. T'inquiète pas, brother. J'accepte l'échange avec 6. Unimoke, ouais. Non mais t'inquiète, je viendrai après de toute façon. NP. Attends, je vérifie que j'ai bien eu ma carte. Ah, let's go. Parfait. Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends. We'll always be like this. I love you, Maria. C'est tellement trop bizarre, là. Bah oui, merci Butler de relever un peu ce qui se passe, là. C'est trop bizarre, là. What's going on all of a sudden? What's up? The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Sorry, I got careless. Sorry for dropping it. The cup on the floor has smashed to pieces. Only three have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height. Even someone as thick-headed as Butler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something, but he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renaud appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. You will enjoy yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Should I bring you another cup of black tea? I don't need it. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't match my tastes. Oh ho! To think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by run of tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second. Bored? Wait a sec. This is where things start to get interesting. About now, Maria is probably going to say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right? She's the essential part. Excuse me. Mais pourquoi elle est déshabillée comme ça, Ange, là? Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up. Leave it to me. Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared on her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler nor Ronov, and of course not Beato either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled. I don't like it. Now, to be more blunt, it disgusts me. Eh? Why are you so irritated, Ange? Why, you say? Isn't it obvious? Eh? I don't understand. Even Maria Onichan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. As I held my hands palm up in the empty air, from out of nowhere a single book landed on them. It was Maria Onichan's diary. Even so, I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind, and the door to Maria Onichan's world opened. Why do you think I'm not happy, Ange? Think about it objectively. By objectively you mean from your viewpoint, right? Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you, Maria Onichan? Truth can change its form depending on the observer, and observers from the future always override that form. Ange, what are you trying to do with my happiness? The pages of the diary were flipped through a greater and greater speed. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white. Sorry, Maria. Mama has to take care of some urgent business. Ça commence à me tendre. Mais à un point... Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up as the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night, the day after tomorrow. Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday? The movies? Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question. I'll stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. And I know where the money is. I go to a different store every day. I try not to go too late. If a policeman asks, I say I'm running errands for Mama. I do what Mama says, like Mama says. That's right, you really are being a good girl. If you do that, I'll buy you a present, okay? Go to bed by 9. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adult that Mama isn't coming home, okay? C'est désolant, genre. Et Rosa, faut l'empaler, quoi, sur un pic. Attendez, j'ai un drop de cartes. Pour me changer les idées. Bah c'était nul à chier. Sans déconner, le vénin... Bah, enfin... Joue au jeu ou rattrape les 60 heures. Et tu comprendras... Mais là tu débarques chapitre 4, tu ne peux pas comprendre. Là, si des gens se font tuer, c'est à peu près normal, quoi. Globalement. Je serais pas surpris, disons. Je serais... dis donc. Enfin, putain, ça faisait un moment. Voilà. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adult that Mama isn't coming home, okay? Yes, so Mama, do your best at work. Do your best, finish your work and come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back quickly. Si je rattrape jamais, je vais le dire, c'est des boucles. C'est la 4e fois que je revis cette boucle de 2 jours où tout le monde meurt, quoi, globalement. Donc, voilà. Donc, je serais pas surpris, si tu veux. C'est le même auteur que Higurashi, si tu connais, ou si t'as vu l'anime. Et c'est un peu le... Ah, c'est dans le même délire, quoi, on va dire. Et c'est l'auteur d'Higurashi, ce jeu. C'est le jeu d'après Higurashi. Voilà. C'est son jeu d'après Higurashi, et il y a quelques liens entre les deux jeux que je vois pour l'instant, donc... Mais oui, du coup, c'est la même boucle, là, de 2 jours qui se répète. C'est la 4e fois. Et il y a... Bah, la dernière boucle, il y a eu une survivante, mais... Sinon, globalement, si tout le monde meurt, c'est pas très étonnant. Higurashi a marché pour qu'Umineko puisse voler, c'est beau. C'est vraiment beau. Mais c'est le même auteur, du coup, le Veina. Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye. Je sais pas si t'as fait le VN, le Vénard, ou si t'as vu l'anime. Mais ouais, globalement, c'est ça, quoi. Click. With a ton of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakutaro, with whom she had been watching TV until a second ago. Sakutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. He looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly. Sakutaro, wanna watch TV? You? You don't want to watch anymore, Maria? Ma voix de Sakutaro est parfaite. Je sais pas si on va le doubler beaucoup. Mais voilà. C'est un accent à moitié russe. Bah, je sais pas. Je fais le gros ours, quoi, parce que c'est un ours en plus. Enfin, c'est un lion en plus. Pardon. C'est vrai le faux? Ça, pour le coup, je savais pas. Depuis hier, je le double en faisant You don't want to watch anymore, Maria? Je fais ça, genre, quand c'est Sakutaro qui parle. If the Arctos teams get all the questions right, they can still make a huge comeback. You? No, that's enough TV. Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always come home after drinking a lot of alcohol. C'est de pire en pire, putain, mais... Il y a un truc... Il y a un truc chez Rosa qui est normal ou pas? Le boulot, elle la laisse toute seule pendant des semaines. Elle revient bourrée. Elle a des... Non mais ça m'est réel colo le vénard, mais du coup je te donne les infos, vu que tu ne les as pas. Elle bat sa fille aussi. Maria, la fille qu'on voit là, elle se fait battre par sa mère. Très régulièrement. Voilà. Donc, elle se fait battre par sa mère. Elle est toute seule chez elle, sa mère rentre jamais la voir. Elle a des dates avec des mecs et elle la laisse toute seule. Elle boit de l'alcool, elle en revient bourrée. Voilà, voilà. C'est... ouais. Rosa, quoi. Even though she's not good at drinking, and with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime even on the weekends or something, she said that she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Almost never comes home, hein. La gamine a 9 ans, hein. Faut vraiment aller se faire foutre. Ça me débecte, genre. Exactement, ma termine. La rousse, c'est pas la mère de la rousse. Pardon. Recently, she started saying something about how she got a big job she works on, so this sort of things happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were loved by everyone, but even so I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again she won't be able to look at them for me. C'est que je suis dévasté. Non, vraiment, je suis... And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me. But I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. On the time I went shopping and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. Le mec de l'épicerie qui ne la connaît pas est meilleur père que sa mère. Voilà, c'est tout ce que j'ai à dire. Then there was a time I wanted to encourage Mama because of she worked so hard on a job. And hid a card for her under her pillow. And there's a lot of other things I wanted to talk about. Mama's working really hard at their job. She's working with all of her strength so that we can eat every day. I hate a job. If only she just quit. A job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets Maria eat, buy clothes, pay for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money. I don't need food. Don't need clothes, don't need school lunches and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in. Will you? Just know on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. And she's feel bad if she made you lonely. Peut-être, ma termine. Bien sûr qu'elle a envoyé en summer camp. Non mais ça... C'est bon, enfin ça, pour le coup, c'est loin d'être le plus grave dans l'histoire, mais... Ça rajoute. En gros, Motormine, c'est son jouet à qui elle parle. Parce qu'elle a pas d'amis et sa mère est jamais là, quoi. Voilà. Pour te donner un contexte, le Veinar, si tu veux suivre un petit peu les streams et tout, je te donne le contexte global du jeu, vu que tu comptes pas rattraper, si tu veux suivre un petit peu. En gros, il y a la famille Ushiromiya, c'est une famille de riches personnes qui vont en réunion de famille, entre guillemets, sur une île où vit leur daron ou leur grand-père. Une île qu'ils ont privatisée parce que ils ont beaucoup d'argent, enfin le grand-père a beaucoup d'argent. Et sur cette île, isolée du monde, il y a une sorcière. On ne sait pas si c'en est une, attention, oulala, peut-être pas. Mais en gros, cette sorcière, Béatrice, qui vit sur Rokkenjima, l'île où ils sont, fait un espèce de rituel, enfin c'est le grand-père qui lance un rituel, et en gros, ça requiert des sacrifices, parce que lui il veut revoir Béatrice, la sorcière en question. Ça requiert des sacrifices, 6 au premier crépuscule, 2 au deuxième, puis 13 personnes sur 18 minimum doivent mourir pour accomplir le rituel, et que Béatrice puisse ressusciter, en gros. 10, non, 13. 13 sur 18. Je suis formel. Ah, je pensais que tu parlais des gens morts. Ok. Et donc le Veinar, en gros, Battler, qui est le petit-fils de ce grand-père-là, que tu vas voir plus tard, enfin que tu as déjà vu tout à l'heure, c'est un mec qui est mort dans la première boucle, mais en gros, tout le monde dans cette première boucle a dit « Oui, tu existes, sorcière Béatrice, tu es une sorcière et tu existes ». Ils ont acknowledge, en gros, la sorcière. Battler, c'est le seul qui a refusé, et qui a dit « Les sorcières n'existent pas ». Et du coup, ça fait 4 chapitres qui se bat, dans des boucles, où c'est Béatrice qui lance des boucles, en gros, sur cette île-là, pour prouver que les sorcières n'existent pas. Et en gros, ça fait 4... Bon, j'ai résumé très grossièrement. Mais en gros, il y a un côté actuel à Rokkenjima, sur l'île, où il y a cette tragédie, cette île isolée du monde où tout le monde va mourir. Il y a ce qui est un espèce de plateau de jeu pour la sorcière. Il y a une espèce de monde méta au purgatoire où il y a un duel entre Battler et Béatrice, cette sorcière, où ils s'affrontent sur ce jeu de plateau pour savoir si les sorcières existent ou non, en gros. J'ai résumé extrêmement grossièrement, mais si tu comptes pas rattraper, je le dis, comme ça tu peux suivre un peu. Voilà. Ah, il est sur son secondaire. S'il y en a d'autres qui veulent rajouter des éléments que j'ai pas dit et qui sont importants pour qu'ils puissent suivre, n'hésitez pas, vu qu'ils comptent pas rattraper. S'ils veulent reprendre en chemin, peut-être. N'hésitez pas à dire des choses que j'aurais oubliées. La sorcière est une connasse. Tout le chapitre 3, c'est un trick où elle fait croire qu'elle est gentille et en fait non. J'ai encore résumé très grossièrement, mais c'est un des plus gros twists de ma vie, je pense. Les musiques sont banger, en effet. Rosa est une grosse conne. Voilà. Globalement, on a fait le tour. Hein. Yo, Spipers. Si vous avez d'autres choses à dire, n'hésitez pas. Mais globalement, voilà. En gros, il y a ce côté thriller un peu boucle comme dans Higurashi. Évidemment, c'est pas qui est la sorcière. Si, ça s'appelle Béatrice. C'est la sorcière dorée. Et c'est Battler qui la combat dans ce monde un peu méta. Voilà. Bah, tu l'as vu tout à l'heure, hein, elle était avec Battler et Ange. Voilà. En fait, après, oui. On sait que Béatrice est là, mais est-ce qu'elle existe vraiment? Ça, Battler essaye de prouver que non, et elle essaye de me prouver qu'elle existe, tout simplement. Et il y a une espèce de série enfin, sur toutes les parties, il y a une espèce de... En gros, vu qu'elle essaye de prouver qu'elle existe, elle essaye de prouver que les crimes commis ne peuvent être commis que par des sorcières. Donc, elle utilise des techniques où Battler doit se dire « Ok, ça peut pas être un humain qui a fait ça. » Par exemple, des meurtres en chambre close, avec aucune résolution possible. Ce qui fait que Battler essaye de contrer ça, mais c'est dur. Et souvent, voilà, elle essaye de faire des meurtres où c'est impossible pour un humain de faire ça, il n'y a qu'une sorcière qui peut le faire. Pour me prouver qu'elle existe. Et Battler essaye de contrer ça, voilà. En gros, c'est... Mais c'est très grossièrement résumé. En vrai, il n'y a aucun rapport avec Bleach. Je crois pas. Mais c'est très grossièrement résumé, mais il y a quand même 65 heures de gameplay derrière, donc t'imagines que t'as pas tous les tenants et aboutissants quand je te dis ça. C'est un résumé très très grossier, quoi. Voilà. You think so? Really? It definitely isn't a pain for her or annoying or anything. Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her since she can't do that. I remembered when she spent the whole night by your side crying. Si tu veux, tu peux aller chercher un résumé des premiers épisodes sur internet et peut-être que t'auras plus de content à savoir, tu vois, si jamais tu veux rattraper un peu en cours. Yeah, I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad, and I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side. I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by her side, you were her only ally in the world. You? Do you remember? Yeah, I'm her only ally in the world, she said. Sakutaro set the remote control on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes. I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones lost at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto by other companies. Mama is the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally? No, Sakutaro. The only person I have in the whole world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the whole world is Maria. What about you, Maria? I've got Mama and I've got you too, Sakutaro. So Maria, you aren't lonely at all, are you? Since Mama's busy with her work, she can be together with you very often, but please don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here, by your side forever. So don't cry, okay? Will you? Can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you? Sakutaro. From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Fuck. Je fais tomber une canette. Ah, c'est bon. La cam, putain. Le tracking, frère. Vous en avez marre de cette bande de racailles? On va vous en débarrasser. Attendez. Même la musique, elle est désastreuse en vrai. Enfin, pas désastreuse dans le sens elle est mauvaise, mais... c'est terrible, quoi. Even so, weekends when Mama didn't come home wearing that rare thing. It wasn't a thought that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights. And yet Maria's tears poured down. Really? Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't.
I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even so, I want to cry too. I won't.
Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? Even so, you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry?
Will you? But if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up.
If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back? Je me sens tellement... je me sens tellement mal, genre... J'ai rien à dire d'autre. Je me sens juste mal.
When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. Will you?
Mama will be happy. Ça veut dire qu'en plus de jamais la voir, les seules fois où elle la voit, elle se fait taper dessus, quoi. Ouais. Jouer au Umineko, on m'a dit, ça va être fun, on m'a dit. On m'a dit ça, je crois. J'ai envie de pleurer, genre. En fait, pour moi, Maria, elle est juste... Rosa, elle est juste... ouais, elle est complètement... En fait, elle est dépassée par les événements, elle sait pas quoi faire. Elle est perdue par le travail. Elle se rend pas compte qu'elle est en train de perdre sa fille en même temps. Elle se comporte mal avec elle quand elle la voit. Elle se rend pas compte que c'est de sa faute. Mais voilà, quoi, c'est trop triste, tu vois. Ah, le père, il est littéralement parti, quoi.
Will you? If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. Then I'm sure she starts feeling better sooner and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there and she's in the kitchen in high spirit, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way.
So if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too?
Will you?
Sakutaro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't keep falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too.
You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too.
Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore.
Hey Maria, I have an idea for how to have fun time. Will you wanna hear it?
What?
Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. So let's have a pajama party and keep it a secret from Mama.
A pajama party?
Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed and play with me.
A pajama party? Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep.
This is a secret between me and you, only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what Cora will get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which elf is the grandpa. Let's search for treasures in the closet. And more and more. I wonder what it tastes if like we mix cola and melon soda.
En fait, juste le fait qu'elle parle à sa peluche... ouais. I wanted to try it once, but asked Mama if it was okay and she got mad.
Will you? Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight let's play a lot, laugh a lot and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria.
Yeah, it'd definitely be fun if Sakutaro's there. I'd definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakutaro. I won't cry anymore. Let's play and when we can. Get happy all we can. And say welcome back when Mama gets home.
Will? Tonight let's play a lot and feel a lot better. Let's have the kind of secret party we can only have when Mama isn't there. If we're nosy enough, I'm sure plenty of fun will come to play from the land of Looking Glass and Wonderland. Then we'll have too many friends that we won't be able to get bored. Will?
Ça me rend tellement triste. Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakutaro. Bah, all alone quoi, toute seule hein. Having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakutaro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Maria also had a brain streak when she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts up and tried to guess which was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of jelly beans, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She hoped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakutaro soda and sell it. But unexpectedly it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for. And the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad. I imagined that it'd become a sparkling pineapple color. But it wasn't enough, some incredible fun night. If it's the fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I ignored the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just like a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late night party. Sometime soon, I'll do it when Mama is around and let her join in. Mama likes something I don't like Ayumi, so she'll really like Sakutaro soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that this feeling of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. C'est quoi, vas-y, envoie-moi. Je sais pas si on sait en ami. Je reçois les MP que de mes amis, mais fais-toi plaisir si je t'ai dans mes amis. Hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. Let's bake a delicious cake. For Mario. Faut la voir, elle est dure en vrai, elle est compliquée, faut la voir celle-là. Faut finir une run pour la voir déjà. Hop là, j'ai pris une petite carte de solo leveling. I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I'd found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knit this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accented his yellow with the red very well.
Ryu, does it look good on me?
Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Yeah, it really looks good on him. Sakutaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight, I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on. And let's all play and laugh together.
Ryu, Love you, Maria.
Me too. Love you, Sakutaro. After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakutaro?
Oui.
Une peluche, un meilleur daron que Rosa, ouais. 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 See, no, we are so happy, right? Ah, c'était ce soir la finale de la conférence? J'ai pas vu. Ah ouais, ils ont battu le Rayo. Ok. J'avais pas fait gaffe. Des pâtes avec du Nutella. Alors, tu sais que pâtes Nutella, j'ai déjà vu des gens en parler. Je comprends pas. Je comprends pas. Oui, d'accord. Non, mais là, faut aller se faire enculer. Bon, c'est pas grave. Is this your happiness, Maria Onichan? Yeah, I'm happy. Even so, you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised that she'd definitely take you. She completely forgot. She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered, with her work there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would spend the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue. There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered the movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria Onichan mood definitely darkened. Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, she wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of few days off with you, it's sad. I'd be mad. Yeah, it was sad. Because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I have a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. We must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Ange. There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home. Ce qui est bien, c'est qu'Ange essaye de l'ouvrir les yeux, mais bon, c'est tout quoi. C'est vrai, Spiders, mais après, ils vont rejouer la Coupe d'Europe du coup. Attention, j'ai un drop de cartes. Ça pue la merde, hein. Je vais prendre le mec de Gundam. Quoi? Attends, les Titi qui a du mal avec le truc de Pokémon. Ah non, c'est bon. Il est terriblement réaliste là, Ange. Il y a des autres sprites, regarde. Hop là. Et voilà, et ça perd tout son charme. Tu gagnes en bonnet, mais tu perds en charme. That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakutaro. Oh, that's wrong. You were just so sad and you hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room. Ma père en bonnet, bah elle a rien du tout de base quoi. Genre c'est une planche de base quoi. C'est normal, elle a 9 ans donc... on va pas... Oh, was something like that even written in my diary? Alors que Bernastel. Alors que Rika. Ça reste dans ma tête ça. J'ai pas oublié hein. Je suis toujours ma théorie sur Rika et Bernastel. Hein. Non, ça va, elle fait 9 ans, je trouve, hein, sur son sprite original. Genre, elle est toute petite, elle est très enfantine, quoi. It isn't written anywhere. By reading in the gasps between every line, I can understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening. And you stayed up late when you were told not to. Broke the strict rule about eating sweet outside of snack time. And when even that didn't bury your sadness, you went right in your room and made a mess of it, right? And after you made a mess of your room and when we're all tired out, all you did was claw at the bed sheets and cry yourself to sleep, right? The diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakutaro, and made a mess of my room searching for treasure. Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria Onichan. And Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. Ah ouais, c'est... Non, t'as l'impression qu'elle fait la même taille, mais Ange est beaucoup plus grande. Genre, elle arrive là, et il y a sa couronne qui fait genre 30 cm, quoi. Genre, son top des cheveux arrive là, ça va à peu près là, et c'est encore au-dessus de la couronne qui est hyper grande, quoi. À laquelle elle a 16 ans, Ange. Oui. 18. 6 plus 12, ouais. Elle a 18, ouais. Ce qui veut dire... Pardon. You don't realize this yourself. So how can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria Onichan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Why aren't you sad? Why is it that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and call yourself happy? I can't do it, I can't understand it. You're a sad kid, Ange. I don't get it, why are you pitying me? Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form. I remember talking about something like this with Bernastel. Truth isn't fixed and changes form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths, and truths of the past are painted over by the truths of the future. In this diary, I wrote that what happened in that night was very, very fun. You described the event of that night as something very happy. And yet, when you read the diary, the event of that night sounds very, very sad. C'est quoi MG2? Even so you described it as a happy scene, I read between the lines and realized that wasn't true. Stop it. This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and paint over it with a new, different truth. Are you happy with this, Maria Onichan? Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation. Ah, Mario Galaxy 2. Excellent Mario 3D. Right now I'm like she was then. Just as isolated with no friends. Ange has accepted the isolated reality for what it was, but Maria painted over isolated reality with a reality of happiness. Ushiro and Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria Onichan. And even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power. Yes, that's right, this is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Ange. What is that power? I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually, it was taught its true form. I'll talk about it later, on the next page. So then, late at the night, Mama came back with a present, just like she'd promised. I'm back. Mama, welcome home!
Who do you? Mama came back, Mama came back.
Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out was Maria in an unbelievably good mood holding Sakutaro. Most likely Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her, sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria and found that her fear were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? La grande.
Mom of the year, quoi.
Vraiment, ma fille va bien, mais attends, mais je m'attendais pas à ça, je m'attendais à ce qu'elle soit morte en fait. Putain, mais sans déconner quoi. Et... ça me débecte. Faut corriger ça. Non mais tu sais que c'est... La correction, c'est dans tous les sens du terme. Je vais juste remettre la clim et pisser un coup. J'arrive. Je continue encore une petite heure, je pense. Re. En vrai, Rosa... Non, mais je disais tout à l'heure à le faux picture. Mais elle a la coupe d'un Coiffarel dans Pokémon XY. Coiffarel, tu peux lui faire la même coupe à Illumis. En ça. Rosa et Coiffarel, c'est-à-dire... Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire par là? Vraiment, je me remets pas du What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood. Genre... Putain, mais je suis étonné que ma fille aille bien, quoi. Pourquoi elle va pas mal? Sérieux, ça me dégoûte, quoi. Is someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over. And that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. C'est de la surprise sincère et c'est vraiment terrible. C'est terriblissime. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she had been home alone. Home alone, c'est maman, j'ai raté l'avion. Et là, c'est ça va être dans pas longtemps, ça va être maman, j'ai raté la baffe là. At first, Rhoda was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. That really wasn't this fear. And in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and the smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the weariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she had playing with a stuffed animal Sakutaro. La télé, elle a l'air super bien pour jouer à Mario. Si tu te fais un stuff télécathodique, la télé, elle a l'air super bien pour jouer à Mario. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleasant surprise. I see. So you spent the time together with Sakutaro? Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakutaro for being so good. Alors, ça va être quoi le present? Je te parle de Mario si je veux, hein.
Ryu, a present, a present.
Eh, what is it, what is it? Une giga gifle dans ta mère.
Si c'est ça, c'est... Non, en vrai, c'est impossible.
Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of western sweets. Inside was a scotch cake. It looked to be... Comment ça, scotch cake? C'est un cake au whisky, genre? Non, comment ça, scotch? Elle est en train de filer un cake au whisky à sa fille, là? C'est quoi, là? C'est quoi, scotch? Attends. Scotch. Traduction. Avec une mage, en plus. Bah non, c'est tape, ruban adhésif aussi? What the fuck? Ouais, ok, bon, bah... Oui, c'est du scotch, quoi, mais du coup... Enfin... Ouais, bon, bah écoute... It looked to be very high quality, but Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box and it was pretty heavy. Go ahead and open it. They might become a new friends for you and Sakutaro, okay? Wow! What's this? What's this? Inside leather-like chess pieces were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. Ah, dans le sens du Scottish. Ok, ok. Parce que Scotch, moi je lis whisky, quoi. Hein. A forest scene was drawn on it. The small forest animals were gathered in a plaza. Qu'à la plaza ou quoi? N'hésitez pas à rejoindre mon serve. Si ce n'est pas déjà fait. La pub de nullard. Ah mais gâteau... Alors, gâteau au whisky, ça peut être... Les gâteaux à l'alcool, si c'est bien fait, ça peut être excellent, genre. Alors que les mon chéri, est-ce qu'on est tous d'accord? Je pense qu'on est tous d'accord unanimement sur la planète Terre pour dire que c'est dégueulasse. C'est pas bon, les mon chéri. Est-ce qu'on est ok là-dessus, déjà? Moi, je parle de vrais gâteaux à l'alcool. Non mais comment ça, c'est banger? Cerise, chocolat, alcool, genre. Liqueur. À moi, forêt noire, je peux pas. Mais... parce que souvent, il y a de la crème et tout, ou du lait. Mais ce que je fais souvent, c'est une coupe colonel. Genre avec du sorbet. Je fais un sorbet citron avec de la vodka dedans. C'est très très bon. Très très bon. Coupe colonel, genre moi je peux que sorbet, donc je fais sorbet, vodka, et c'est excellent, genre. Vraiment. Ah non mais les mon chéri c'est dégueu. Et pourtant je peux les manger, mais c'est dégueulasse. The small forest animal was gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she then lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals. Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in the store window and I was taken it with at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria. Thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakutaro. Look how much your friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakutaro. It was true if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends.
Right, didn't I tell you? Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends. Will you?
Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she had been filled with several days of weariness. Mama, you really work hard. Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Wanna take a bath? I choose what to put in the bath today. Thank you, but it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama is tired, so I just take a shower and go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Yeah, got it. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off. I can do it myself. Oh, thank you. Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Comment c'est possible de traiter sa fille comme ça alors que c'est la meilleure fille de la galaxie, quoi? Enfin, je sais pas. Après, moi, j'ai toujours ce côté où elle me fait peur quand elle devient un peu folle sur Rokkenjima avec... Attendez, je fais mon K-drop. Ah non, c'est dans 4 minutes. My bad. Mama, your coat is full of smell from outside. Oh, sorry, something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay? When she took Rosa's coat and received her ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car or Shinkansen or something. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? Et voilà. Et voilà. Et voilà. Et voilà. Et voilà. Emballé, c'est pesé. Voilà. Voilà, voilà. La grosse merde. La grosse merde. Voilà. Voilà, voilà, voilà. Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire? Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire de plus, hein? Franchement, c'est usant, c'est pathétique, genre. At that moment, with a razor sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shatters. instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering for weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hands was a ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant, just a few seconds too late. By the pain of her hand, that had been it, and her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done to that gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of the ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking, and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately. Sorry. Even though she must have heard those words of apologies, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong. I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must be something important for Mama's work, and I touched it without asking. J'ai envie de me suicider, hein. Sur les séquences Maria-Rosa, 95% du temps, j'ai envie de me suicider, quoi.
Will you? You didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight we're so very happy.
Yeah, happy. Oui, bah oui, elle l'a cherché, oui. Elle a vécu, quoi. And when Maria takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal nice mama. En gros, le vénard, pour te situer, dans le chapitre 2, il y a une espèce de redemption arc de Rosa, où c'est un peu les dernières survivantes avec Maria sur l'île dont je t'ai parlé. Et en gros, Rosa la protège de toutes ses forces, genre vraiment c'est beau, quoi. Mais bon, ça dure 5 minutes et sinon tout le reste du temps c'est une horreur, quoi. Mais une horreur sans nom, genre.
And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it, will you?
You're right. Mama's tired too. You mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight.
Will you?
Just stop it. I can't watch this. Ange, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way. You're the one who's wrong on it, Chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful that I can't watch anymore. What is that Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Ange. I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. The ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange. What was? There was nothing strange about it, and it has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right? Aunt Rosa called because she'd be staying over at her company because of work, right? Why, Atami? Isn't that what you call a vacation? And she left you and went on vac... Non. Vraiment? Non mais là... Oh, j'en rigole tellement c'est... pathétique, quoi. Ça me dégoûte, genre ça me débecte, genre ça me tue, ça me débecte, genre. Attendez, je fais mon drop sur Karuta parce que ça m'a cassé les couilles là. Vas-y, je prends le mec qui a l'air stylé là. Je suis allé à Atami, c'est cool. Bah c'est cool, mais elle est vraiment partie en vacances sans... Pourquoi ne pas l'amener en fait? Pourquoi ne pas l'amener en fait? C'est sûr... Bah vas-y, c'est sûr, elle est partie avec un mec pour se détendre, pour baiser pendant tout le week-end. Et du coup, bah, le mec était en mode, bah non, t'emmènes pas ta fille, et on va passer du bon temps ensemble, ma cocotte. Voilà, c'est littéralement ce qui s'est passé. Rosa, c'est tellement pathétique, genre. C'est... serait pas digne d'une mère. Qu'est-ce qu'a fait Rosa exactement depuis les 4 premiers chapitres qui est digne d'une mère? Fin du chapitre 2. Voilà, ça a duré 5 minutes. Ça, c'était très digne d'une mère. Voilà. Et ça ne file pas tous les holes créés dans tout le restant, en fait. C'est catastrophique, genre. Dis-toi que Maria, il me semble qu'à la fin du chapitre 1, quand ils disent à la Golden Land ce qu'ils ont demandé comme souhait, les gens qui y arrivaient, Maria a demandé l'amour perdu de sa mère, quand même. Ça veut tout dire. C'est-à-dire que là, elle est en copium, mais elle le sait au fond d'elle. Et c'est dramatique, genre. Mais bon, elle a 9 ans, tu peux pas lui en vouloir, quoi. De pas comprendre ce qui se passe. Mais c'est dramatique, quoi. And you normally don't go on vacation by yourself. Even if that was a ticket for Atami, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on a vacation, right? She lied on the phone and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want? It might have been for a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket? It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her, who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagination and delusions. I don't know why you were interpreting it a way that make our relationship worse. I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa. As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Ange. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you happy, you can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt, and only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around that can hurt you. When I talk with you, Oni-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense. You know what? There are a lot of happy and unhappy fragments and they've filled the world up. So people who can find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look. Like Tiltil and Miltil searching for the bluebird. Oh yeah, that story was a moral. Je l'ai pas du tout, moi. You're the complete opposite, Ange. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness. But that's the same as the bluebird. So you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is Battler Ansel, or is it the bluebird? Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper. It sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right? Les services sociaux, s'il vous plaît. Rappelez la DAS. Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Je me mets une petite save. Attends, mais... Ah, c'est ça, sa robe? Eh, tu m'étonnes que sa compagnie, elle marche pas, frère. C'est mal, la robe de... C'est une nappe, le truc. C'est elle, du coup, la sorcière, le Veinard. C'est Béatrice. Elle a une belle robe, par contre. Maria's sorry sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on the study table. It was probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. "Come, Mama, let me share my happiness with you," it said. She took it and, after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. Then, after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, She flew out to the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back and cried. D'accord, oui, c'est mignon, mais... C'est mignon, mais les actes sont pas là, quoi. En fait, c'est bien, hein, c'est mignon, mais les actes sont pas là. Non, non, mais Béatrice, elle ressemble à... J'ai juste la coupe, hein, je pense. Mais elle ressemble pas du tout à Rosa, hein, pour le coup. Hein. Pour le coup, elle ressemble plus à Eva, limite, quoi. Enfin, bref. Then, realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question. Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about, because of the friendship Mama and I share. To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria Onichan. I understand how you feel, more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now. What is that power? This power that I don't have but you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power? Yeah, you do want to know that, Ange. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course I teach you. I show you the secret to that power. And it's something I told you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember. No, she. She will teach you. She? Who's that? I shall teach you in Maria's place. Et voilà. Beatrice. The power Maria has, but you do not. Yeah, the power I have, but Ange doesn't. It's magic. Maria and Beato said it together, and then they started giggling because they said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beato at all. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden, and Beato, Maria, and Sakutaro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting. Oh, I see he's called Sakutaro. So this is your best friend?
You? Nice to meet you, I'm Sakutaro.
Sakutaro's shy, so he's nervous. It's okay, Beatrice. He's also a great friend of mine.
You? Are Maria's friend my friend?
Yeah.
You? Then I am Beatrice's friends too?
Yeah.
You?
Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life? What? Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life? Sakutaro isn't in inorganic matter, is a lion cub.
You?
A stuffed animal makes for excellent vessel. It's not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them, when they are spoken to by innocent children with no toxin. According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will. Donc c'est même pas dans la tête de Maria en fait, c'est peut-être vraiment sa magie. Tout ça quoi. Bon, ça n'en reste pas moins terrible quoi. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of the toxin from a human common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls. Donc on va nous faire croire que Maria est une sorcière. Hein. C'est exactement ce que dirait Butler. Non mais en vrai, le vénard, faut comprendre un truc. J'ai fait 3 chapitres et demi, les sorcières existent. Voilà, point. However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different. T'as lâché Butler, c'était pas content. Non mais bon. Faut se rendre à l'évidence. However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different. Sakutaro is a stuffed animal, but he isn't one.
Ryu, I'm a lion cub. Ryu.
Sakutaro is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can roar sometimes. Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakutaro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration. How incredible. This Sakutaro with a cloth and cotton vessel as shell has completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of the sea of zero. After that, Maria boasted to Beato that Sakutaro wasn't her only friend, and that she had many more of them back at home. It seemed there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will like Sakutaro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that, Maria accepted this as something natural. As a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe. Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic. It's magic? I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right? No, it is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously and you are still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is! The materialization of your friend Sakutaro is excellent proof of that. Materialization? Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that will have no soul at all in another's hand can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not easy, even for me. It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. This is what Beato asserted. I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing? Both you and Sakutaro are incredible. You should be proud. I see. That which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you. Ah, du coup, Maria, witch confirmed, hein, même si on le savait déjà un peu. Sakutaro, lives matter, hein. Ok, c'est le moment où Battler doit le prendre comme argument et dire mais attends, si c'est quelqu'un avec une âme et qu'elle l'a emmené sur l'île, il y a une 19ème personne. C'est Sakutaro qui a tué tout le monde. Voilà ce que je te dis, Béatrice. Ça ressemble au moment ridicule dans Ace Attorney où ils font témoigner des perroquets et des chiens, genre. I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. Right, Sakutaro?
Would you?
What should be truly admired is not only that the soul has been made to reside in a stuffed animal. Even more significant is the fact that you have changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It is easy to make 100 from 1. However, giving birth to 1 from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future. Bah, elle la tue à chaque fois, quoi, donc pas vraiment. Comme un costume de Mickey. Oh, Battler! Tu m'as bien eu, Battler! Oh oh! Non mais... La fin décevante. Deception ending. Beato said I have talent as a witch.
Isn't that great, Maria? Will you, Beato? Thank you for praising Maria.
Béatrice, la grosse connasse, meilleure mère que Rosa. Mais infiniment meilleure en plus, hein. No need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red muffler truly suits you, and I am envious of the talent of your master, who was able to give birth to a friend like you.
Ryu, thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite.
And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. I see, I must also give my new friend some kind of present. Eh? Beato is giving Sakutaro a present? Of course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him, I shall give Sakutaro my magic power. With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly. Mais le père absent est une meilleure mère que Rosa, hein. I'd be able to have much more fun playing with Sakutaro? How's that?
Ryu, what could it be, Maria? Is it something scary?
Don't worry, Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice? Indeed, I believe you will like it. So, to make him materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Well, what to do? Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Then right there was the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's teacher, Vigilia. Vigilia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beato as a great witch, this person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. T'inquiète, le vénard, si je réagis pas, c'est que c'est tout à fait normal. Hein. Mais voilà, merci de le dire. Comme dirait Béatrice, mets-toi à genoux et embrasse mes pieds, genre. Dis-le avec sa pluche de Béatrice. Bien dit, ma termine. Bien dit ça. Tiens le faux dans la gueule, ça. I saw that I heard some cheery voices. What a punchy party this seems to be. Oh, teacher. Perfect timing. I want you to look at this lion cub. I heard he's Maria's new friend. Oh, what a lovely lion. I wonder if he can greet me. Hello, nice to meet you.
Ryu, I'm Sakutaro.
Sakutaro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous, since this was the witch that even Beato called teacher. Non, il y en a plus. Il y en a plus. T'inquiète. Imagine le faux, tu commences à parler à la pluche de Béatrice et là elle te fait oh, mais tu croyais que je n'existais pas? Je pense que tu vas à l'HP demain, quoi. Tiens, regarde les witch. Hop là. Bon, Ange, c'est pas vraiment une witch. Enfin, vas-y, bref, on se comprend, quoi. Arrobas Calas, Culas. D'accord. Je vois une culasse, quoi. What an adorable name. As the reward for giving such a good greeting is a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards, so she was lightly grabbing at the empty air. Then she held her fist out in front of Sakutaro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops.
Ryu, Maria, it's candy. Have some. Hey.
Sakutaro le goat, hein. T'inquiète, elle peut lancer des boules de feu. Elle peut tirer des lances de lumière sur 60 hectares, t'inquiète pas. Je te laisserai voir chapitre 3 si tu veux rattraper. Isn't that great, Sakutaro? Make sure to thank her.
Ryu, thank you very much for the candy.
Good. Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakutaro to an elegant greeting. Still, teacher, cough drop. Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy? Oh, rude. In that case, I won't be giving you any more. Sorry. Well then, Maria, take out your grimoire. And of course your writing tools. Eh? Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write? Oh, what are you... Je viens de capter, mais elle est dans le manoir de Béatrice, là. Je viens de capter. Elle est dans le manoir caché, là. Je capte maintenant. 11 minutes au Stardust. Oh, what are you starting? I will use the magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel. I think that by applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that a gift to Maria and a friend. I see. For a being that already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That could become a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall help too, if only a little. Après, je tiens à dire que, bon, vu ce qu'on a vu le chapitre d'avant, tout ça, ça peut très bien être de la vieille comédie, parce que là, elles sont très sympathiques, un peu trop presque. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift.
Will you? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? It is?
Don't know, but I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait. Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria on... What? Il y a eu une coupure quand ça a tourné. From Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakutaro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beatrice wrote and Virginia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through she figured out the wonderful magical power of its document, and her eyes began to sparkle.
Uryu? What is it, Maria? What she's drawing? Uryu?
Sakutaro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But even if he had seen, Sakutaro probably wouldn't have understood. Have some, Sakutaro. Wait a bit, almost done. It's amazing, Beato, amazing. When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. She might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world. Oula, qu'est-ce qui se passe? How is this? Not so bad, right? After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work, and Maria, who was also peeking at it, let out a cry of wonder. Have some, Beato. Cute. Eh? By the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakutaro, Maria's child. Teacher, if you will sign the witness. D'accord. Pourquoi pas? Yes, by my name I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virginia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the being of a higher world that Sakutaro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakutaro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia, and just now, his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamation to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power which Beato couldn't even compare. By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakutaro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of mariage sorcière. From now on, Sakutaro is our common friend, and for that I shall bestow you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it. With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, he turned ended into Maria. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. When Sakutaro beheld the proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at this sensation he never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually a bright light completely swallowed the air. Quoi? Qu'est-ce que tu fais, Sakutaro?
Ulu?
D'accord. Non, mais les sorcières n'existent pas, les gars. Tout simplement. Et oui, il a une médaille militaire. Bravo à lui. Hein. Then when that light disappeared, their Maria friend Sakutaro held a new form and existed. Eh, you're cute, Sakutaro. You're really cute.
Ulu? Ulu? Does it really look good on me? It isn't embarrassing?
This is a very lovely form. Bah, du coup, ma théorie de tout à l'heure se tient encore plus. Il y a bien une personne de plus sur l'île. En fait. Ma théorie est de plus en plus viable. Acte 2. C'est Echoes. C'est Tusk. Et du coup, Sakutaro, acte 3, j'ai peur. Hein. Ah non, j'arrête pas la voix. C'est la voix que j'ai donnée à Sakutaro, elle restera là. It is a very lovely form, Sakutaro-chan. I figured the muffler was his charm point. And their ears. Animal ears so damn nice, truly cute. Let me nibble them later. Thank you, Beatrice. Mais du coup, il est passé où, Sakutaro, là? Thank you very much for the wonderful present. There is no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you have reached this level, I will not be allowed for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins. A witch of origins? Indeed. It is the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now you are just an enchanter, a magician specializing in forms of magical enhancements, who has only enough strength to breathe magical powers into the small objects around her. Bah c'est vraiment la personne X là. Ma théorie se tient de plus en plus. But after 1,000 years of training, you could conceivably use the magical compendium that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy. The talent of a witch of origin is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart. Eh? A witch of origins? Awesome! I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins. Maria, that's so incredible. A witch of origins. Incredible, amazing.
Ulu?
Eventually you will be able to call yourself a full witch. Lady Maria, witch of origins. It may be a good time now to give not only Sakutaro, but you as well an appearance fitting for your rank. Here, I shall give a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch. And Beato waved the pipe that was her cane. Many gold butterflies that are appeared out of nowhere groped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. Wow! Mais elle a le bâton de Eva? Incroyable. It certainly was fitting for the girl. Attends, bah du coup elle a changé dans le... C'est marrant, protégé par Béatrice, mais Béatrice la tue dans toutes les boucles, quoi. Super. It certainly was fitting for the girl who will eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity. Amazing! Awesome, awesome! Cute, cute! I want to show this close to Mama too. Can I? The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you stingy with it. Then the Great Witch, the witch's apprentice, and their new friend Sakutaro enjoyed a lively tea party. Dans le manoir caché, hein. See? Look how happy I am. And look how fun this is. Please don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins. Et pas misfortune, l'ADC qui fait sous ulti, hein. I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an dilated and painful world. That's why even though I was entranced by your world, Maria Onichan, I couldn't cross the final line. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Ange. Was your name entered into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you? Yeah, that was true. Mariage Sorcière. That takes me back. I also had my name entered there at one point, didn't I? Ah, c'est devenu Ange Béatrice, quoi. C'est un moment pour s'arrêter, non? Sauf s'il y a des dingueries juste après. Mais sinon, ça me paraît pas mal, non? Unless... 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 Vas-y, je continue un peu. J'arrête quand on retourne à Rokkenjima, genre. Yes, I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There was a large collection of books, the former possession of a very rich man, that were being sold at auction. And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore as well as in local sense. So this friend wanted to witness their works confidentially. That was 97, half a year after the crime on Rokkenjima. Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped the disaster at Rokkenjima. Ah, c'est là, mariage sorcière et tout. The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction. This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Ange in a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for Pushur from the Sumadera family. Waouh, c'est qui c'est Mélenchon, frère. Bon bah, enchanté Jean-Luc. The scholarly man across from Ange spoke politely but with enthusiasm. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was the person in the best position to understand the detail of Kinza's research. C'est Mélenchon, frère. Professeur Otsuki. Ça me dit un truc, mais en fait je crois pas. Je sais pas, ça me dit un truc. First, what I've learned by appraising those books was that Miss Shiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore, and that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. April 1987. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all their wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year has passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva has supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family life insurance. It seems she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped Armin, Kuwadorian, were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushurumiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so that they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded. At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is because contained within the Ushurumiya library were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known for more than a millennium. The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in dilettantes. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebook, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime example of this. It is said that approximately 15,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist, and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek the spares no expenses to search around for quietly hoarded away and unanswered notebooks. There is probably no doubting that Ushuromiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that the enthusiast could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century, and their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock. Because of this case, the name Rokkenjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident of Rokkenjima. Because of this, the name of Rokkenjima and the Ushuromiya Library will remain in our memory for all time. Our memories. That's all probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rokkenjima had taken on vital meaning in the world of occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokkenjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part has spread across the world, taking the image of Rokkenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago mentioned, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddle, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rokkenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushuromiya library spread all over the planet, Rokkenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle that was turning that island into a witch's island. A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. Putain, il en connaît des choses, ce démonologiste. Who might say that? Lacking either the Ushuromiya library or the message bottle, the Rokkenjima witch legend would never have been established. The message bottle. Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a little sealed inside into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. The case of the Rokkenjima message bottle was certainly one of the latter. This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up? Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shigenjima picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. This young fisherman kept it just of curiosity. Then, because Rokkenjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushuromiya library, he announced his discovery. Is there any chance there was a fabrication made by the fisherman? Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushiromiya family, a girl named Ushiromiya Maria. However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person handwriting. A different person handwriting? Correct. At the very least, I believe there. C'est bien qu'ils reviennent sur cette histoire de la bouteille de Maria, du chapitre 1, qu'on n'a plus jamais entendu, quoi. Attends. C'est la hanche de la fin de partie du chapitre 3. Mais que la lettre de Maria de la fin du chapitre 1 est quand même arrivée. Attends. Attends, je tiens un truc. Je tiens un truc. Ouais, peut-être que toutes les fins de chapitres sont un peu mélangées. Ou alors qu'on voit le passé d'une différente fin de partie. C'est bizarre. C'est très bizarre. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility. However, later on it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation. It seems that, due to evidence from the surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low and that it has been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched it. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise. It seems magazines and the like have reported onto the content of that message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation? No. I know about it, more or less. Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottle. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushiromiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way, and its content had been the beginning of the witch legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice puzzle. This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushiromiya family members, nailed down on the island by the typhoon, were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch, and killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived, and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events of those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great details, and the former servants who used to work for the Ushiromiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside detail of the island. So because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel and the Ushiromiya library, and well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Rokenjima witch was born? Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it's still the focus of interest of occult enthusiasts across the world. To the contrary, you could say that it has become increasingly defied as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts who try to secretly land on Rokenjima, even though it's prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that has still not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There is still much to be discussed. As Zodiac finally remembers that it had been going on and on for some time, the man took a gulp of water. His pottage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. I'm pretty sure I heard that the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different content. Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rokkenjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident until the day of the accident. However, while both of them content described the same 2 days period, they were completely different. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie, or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and the endings are all unmatched each other. In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon. In the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the Golden Land. The content of both messages bottle wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident. But the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the way they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. Ah. Il y a plusieurs vérités, toutes les fins existent dans le même univers en fait. However, in both, everyone died in the end and the witch revived, making for the same general plot. Because the only survivor, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, has remained silent about what actually happened on that island, the event of the entire 2 days period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days could be explained with either of those 2 diaries. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there is anything correct contained within them. Schrodinger's cat box. If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, the scraps of paper had of course been shown to Eva as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence. Who sent the message bottle and why? Earlier in the special issues for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took the topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seemed to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it was a dull. What happened on that island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt? The witch hunt? Yeah, the Rokkenjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who try to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokkenjima, from the Ushiromiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. For the 10 years anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative of Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years there was finally... Probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rokkenjima witch hunter in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly all by himself. I just swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon. I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. Now, if there's one thing I've found, it is that the notebook supposedly written by Maria Onichan was actually written by a different person faking her name, and that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go all to the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there's no guarantee that it ever passed into anyone's hand. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and throw it away. Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple different tales? If there'd been one message bottle claiming that the story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the two different contents make both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the content of both matched it in that they told of a witching tale. So, is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Eva lost their lives, and a vast wealth of maybe even 10 tons of gold that moves around secret in the darkness. It doesn't feel right for a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that will be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everything on Rokujima was a planned crime, with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Eva left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, but I know it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Eva did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of this way is pretty doubtful that Aunt Eva is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Eva's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Eva was included amongst the victims. If the writer of the diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Eva was also on the target to be killed. Maybe Aunt Eva survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Eva, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I look at the clock. I've heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that I'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I heard something truly valuable. No, it was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get. Thank you, Professor. Could I ask you one more thing? Yes, what it is? Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology. Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies, went on to become my life's work. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown powers is universal today as it ever was in the past. Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will? But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist, I cannot forget my childlike dreams, such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students. If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it? My pet theory from my few experience with women is that they are all witches. Ok, on a trouvé un autre misogyne of all time, c'est bien. Ange noted that the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women. Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself? I have indeed. In that case, do you know that handwriting well? Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I'm proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan. At that point, Ange set a book on the desk with a thud. And this is? I've never seen it before. He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rokkenjima, and he looked bewildered at his binding that he hasn't seen before. Ignoring him, Ange silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with "To my beloved witch apprentice," and at the end there was a signature in katakana that said Beatrice. "This is?" The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Ange asked it aloud anyway. "Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle?" "Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it?" The man stretched out his hand, but Ange pulled it back, as though telling me not to touch it with his filthy hand. "Thank you, just that reaction is all I need. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised." As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Ange carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. As Ange turned back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her, but Ange didn't stop walking. "I beg you, what in the world is that book? I don't need the reward, show me that book." "Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing the same level. You entertain yourself with the outside of a cat box, and what I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well done. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day." "Please wait, Sumadera." His wife didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone into the car. "Did you find anything?" Only at the very end. I was right. The one who wrote the message bottle was Beatrice herself. Cool, so you concluded that the witch actually exists? Who knows? Mind if I slip? I bet that talkative professor got lost in his own little world in lectures and make a lot of kids fall asleep. Please go ahead, take a rest. Still, that went pretty well. That guy believed I was a Sumadera until the very end. The Sumadera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Ange might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Shiomiya Ange into custody if she appeared. Ange has foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumadera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush so he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So when the Sumadera family pursuer reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumadera visited this morning. Took the professor out with them and still have no returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered. What a bad child, Ange. I wonder if that craftiness is from his blood. Bon, la sœur de Kairi commence à péter les couilles. Hein. Who thinks she's casually taken the name Sumadera after saying she's hate to go by it so often? The professor shall be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea. Yes, understood. I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child. With a demonic look on her face, Katsumi violently stamped her heel. Wow. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Ange, which when I mentor into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you? C'est vrai. C'est vrai qu'il y a eu ça. I was also included among the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I slept deeply for a long time in the car, so I took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in. Then I read the diary as I waited. It was a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous, they were very big on confidentiality. It made it very convenient for Ange to escape our pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their night hiding in cheap hotels in a commoner's way of thinking. To Ange, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushumaya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a god, Amakusa was a man and therefore inseparate from him. Ange used the bedroom of the suite and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. I'm still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria Onichan diary fluttered. Then Onichan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I know. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch. If you don't get some sleep, it'd be tough tomorrow, right? You're a witch too. I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I? Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you? I remember. I've started wanting to use it. Are you starting to feel lonely? Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough. En soi, le fait d'invoquer Maria, entre guillemets, via son cahier, c'est déjà faire comme elle. The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom, even small reason like that. Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep. Yeah, I'm glad you remember about magic one more time. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point with Maria Onichan introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So I should say remember that j'arrive plus à lire. Faut vite que cette séquence se termine, je suis au bout de ce que je peux proposer. Right now your magical power has declined significantly, Ange. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay? Sure. Checking all directions, securing a quiet space. What about Amakusa? He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in sleep. With your magical strength as weak as it now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sound, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely. Like all ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolations. I remember, the very existence of human blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is the sign of high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic. Next is the vessel. Right now it is important for your bag to at least have training wheels, no a chain. This is, of course, impossible. Ange rubbed her own head. She wore her accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Ange, but she never took them off, not even for a single day. Yeah, it really will be impossible for you now, Ange. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might gain the ability to summon with that by now. If I were to start training now, how long would it take? I'd say that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination. You mean like Ushumuya Kinzo? So just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic. As you are now, your power has weakened since the time you were able to use magic, Ange. Don't overdo it and devote yourself to the basics. After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head and one more time I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel? It's been a long time, yes. With this I think even you should be able to perform as summons as you are now. And they have no master now. It should be possible for you to become the new master, Ange. Among the things that look like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical powers, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking, stake-shaped weapon with a knuckle design inscribed on it. It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Oh! Elle les a récupérés. Ça c'est Ancre. When the police had been searching the family's possession, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, this had been politely returned to the Ushumuya family. Finding something that I seen in the picture of Maria's diary, I took it home with me. Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory. Oh, pitiful. No, she's the only one left. Ancient smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was so old-fashioned and you. Oh, elle va faire d'une des meufs du purgatoire son allié dans les parties. OMG. Alors là, ce serait costard. This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking, but its content were plain. It was one of Maria's only an elaborate notebook. This wasn't a diary, it was a grimoire, which she had written as witch. The seven stake of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture. Created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of Maria Sorcière, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the seven stake of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria's Onichan grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in the alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. Which of the seven sisters is the stake? Their characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The sister of the seven stakes really hates it when you get their name wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them. A pact page told of the seventh stake of purgatory. It described the seven sisters in great detail. Yes. I think I memorized about this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and the characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the seven stakes, let alone Mammon. Mammon, the fifth sister, controls the deadly sin of greed, an incredible kid. Greed also controls aspiration, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. This definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard. I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoners know about the target that's been summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical powers. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical powers for summoning. Grimoire can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. It truly takes me back. For Grimoire, it demanded not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the words of the space between the lines, giving birth to a word from the picture and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'll be able to understand that. Là, c'est devenu la sorcière de je sais plus quoi là. Takutaro. Endless Switch. Attends, mais c'est vraiment la gote en fait. En fait, si elle peut faire ça, ça peut changer tous les plans. Mammon, je me préchote, hein, comme ça c'est fait. Vous verrez sur la VOD si vous êtes plus là. Mammon va être summon d'un moment dans la partie, et c'est Ange qui va la contrôler. Et elle va soit affronter ses propres sœurs, soit deny les ordres de Béatrice. 100%. C'est le fusil de Tchekhov. C'était mis là pour que ça serve plus tard dans le chapitre. That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes, I've remembered it more or less. I'll give it a try. Take care, in case the worst happens. Here is my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That Mammon's a bit of a quick trigger, and she may still bear a grudge. Be careful. Yes, I'll wear it. The seventh stake of purgatory has furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony were treated as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again. took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria Onichan long ago and put it on my arm. In the past I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance. It's okay. That has already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine. Maria Onichan magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Mammon of Greed. Ça a vraiment arrivé là? I focused my mind. I met the magic repelling toxin that filled my body zero. Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance zero and erase the burden of the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered ground. In the world of a vast night sky without no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was the unique feeling of exaltation that comes from using magic. Mammon stake, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The FC stake floated a bit into the air. Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Mammon of Greed. Show yourself to me. After I raised my hands bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, I thought it was being attracted upwards. Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. The shaking began to grow faster and it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then the stake, which has been flying around in incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, and held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria's Onichan barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. It's no use, I can't break it. The stake muttered hatefully. It is probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity. C'est marrant. Donc là, Mammon... D'accord. A été summon en dehors de Rokkenjima pour la première fois. Is the first furniture to become Ange's friend. Ça veut dire qu'elle va peut-être se les mettre dans la poche et counter Béatrice avec ça. En vrai, j'y crois, hein. J'y crois à cette théorie. Hein. In that same old outfit, I'd never been able to walk around outside in. Although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way. Is that Ange-sama? That magical power's pretty shabby. Are you ready, Ange-sama? It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well? And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function that gets left on to rest you away in the closet. So what kind of sideshow this is? You aren't gonna say that you're my owner, are you? Yes, Ange is your master. Lady Maria, how unsightly of me. Was that barrier just now yours? Yes, I saw that as she is now, Ange may just have gotten finished off by you. I'll enter a talisman. If Lady Maria says Ange-sama is my master, I cannot refuse. Ange-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony? Pourquoi tu veux les VOD 6? C'est entre 2 et 3 heures. 6. Là, j'ai fait un petit extra, mais normalement, c'est 2-3 heures. En règle générale. Il y a une session où j'ai vraiment abusé, mais... With new sacrifices? Of course, that only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. That isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk with me like you used to. Yes, if that's what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. Is it an honor just to be summoned, Ange-sama? Maman had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her so. I told her too, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange, with her frayed magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange, but for now it seemed that she couldn't disobey, even if she wasn't happy about it. So, what should I do? I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times. Well now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. It may be difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right, the seven sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Ange's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stake for the other 6 has been lost. I apologize, Lady Maria, but maybe it will be possible to summon the 7 sisters via my own stake. If I am to be used, I hope Ange-sama has at least that much power, right? Mammon grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters with the vessel. I see. Since she is unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it, Grid. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Maman spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she gotta do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean. Oh, don't overdo it. You need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon. Oh, I need to rehabilitate after just one? Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Mammon, I've gone this far. I'll call as many as I can. Ready? Not bad, Ange-sama. Okay, quickly. Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't... T'as joué au tarot? Non. Je suis nul au tarot. Mammon hadn't really expected Ange to do this. She hopped around, badgering Ange to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It probably would be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reach the level where they can be called a witch. Mammon, don't make Ange overdo it. She still isn't at her best. What? Ange-sama said she summoned everyone. Actually, I only said I call as many as I thought. I guess that's great for you. Don't overdo it, Ange. You should rest for today. You're tired enough. It's okay, I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over asleep. This time there's no vessel. I have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I summoned Mammon. I'm acquainted with all the seven sisters, right? I've got to remember that time long ago when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands. Sama? Hold on, good luck. Hey, Lady Maria. Our Sama's definitely gonna summon everyone, right? The seven sisters will get to be raised again, right? Right? Yeah, definitely. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Ange Sama can do it. Please, Ange Sama. Start with the youngest sister, Asmo. Asmodeus, the seventh sister. Get it. I'll call them in order, starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is gonna be one hell of a burden to carry. The pale light in this space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl. Come, arise, one of the seven stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of Lust. There was no vessel. However, as I had strong conviction that she definitely did exist, there as a core where form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the seven sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created. Asmodeus of Lust, right here. Where is this? Am I alive? Asmo, I'm so glad. Mama Ni, where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Ange Sama did. Ange Sama said she'd revive all of us. No, I didn't. Ange Sama, thank you. Do bells next. Please. Beelzebub, the sixth sister. Beelzebub of gluttony, come, arise. At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, it is probably it. The pale light made an outline and formed it to Beelzebub. Beelzebub of gluttony, right here. Bells, Ange Sama, you're amazing, incredible! Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one without stopping for a break. Come, arise. One of the twin stake, Belphegor of Sloth. Belphegor of Sloth, right here. To think that I will be needed again? Belfani, I'm hungry. I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the seven sisters will be able to meet again. Ange Sama, thank you so much. Keep it up and do Satan Ni next. And Leviani and Lucini. Yeah, I get it. So please try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough. Ange, don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time. Stop it, Mammon. Right now, Ange Sama is being pressured with the burden of summoning us. Ange Sama, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much. No way, Ange Sama promised. She said we'll all play together again. No, right? Ange Sama, you said everyone will meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away. That's right, I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise. So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it till today, Ange Sama. Come, arise, one of the seven stakes of purgatory, Satan of wrath. My mind's getting hazy, but alcohol. Even so, I'd forgotten about those days. Even so, I never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely, because the short time I spent with them was fun without a doubt. Satan of wrath, right here. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you realize how much it's burning our Sama just to let us have an idle chat? Satan, who has apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness easy again. We are furniture who have been granted rest by Beatrice and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on your master. You disgrace your furniture. You raise yourself right away. Yes, it's like Satan says, I erase myself. You all erase yourself too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to our sama. No way, not until everyone's summoned. Same here, I'm hungry. I mean, I'd hate to leave again so soon after being related with you all. Don't be so selfish. Come on, erase yourself quickly. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now. Why suddenly he's bullying me? It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one. Yes, they are really lively. It doesn't bore me. That's enough. You've surpassed your limit for no orange. You're right. With 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me with the meager magical power I had at that moment. This is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. Have beds always as soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. Far away to kill time until drowsiness come to get me. This is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sister liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria on each hand and Sakutaro waiting to receive me. You worked hard, and good job.
Ulu, welcome back, Ange.
Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home. Fin de session. Absolute cinéma. Moi je pense, je maintiens ma théorie de... Ange va faire rebeller ses propres meubles contre Béatrice. Hein. En les invoquant, mais dans le métamonde, entre guillemets. That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. Bon, allez. On s'arrête là. C'était bien suffisant. J'ai bien kiffé. C'était une bien longue session. Mais il est temps de dire à demain. En tout cas, je pense vraiment qu'il va y avoir un truc de guerre entre meubles à un moment. À cause de Ange. Et ça va être beau à voir. Je pense. En espérant que ça se passe vraiment. Bref. Salut YouTube. Et à demain pour la suite. Ciao ciao.